Fuzzy.
There we go. Friday night. Off and running. Hello, Megalich. Been sitting in all ready for proceedings to begin. And thus they begin. Cheers, y'all. Starting with an old-fashioned. So you have any taste there is it's the orange. So you got my I have a different orange. It was this weird ginormous navel orange. I think the oils in it are a bit funny. It's huge. It's ridiculous. Like as big as my face, and my head's really huge. Am I recovered from last party night? You mean the Saturday night? I mean, yeah. Dr. Abigail was still feeling it. I think you probably saw her say that last night. Yes. But yeah, I'm fine. I've had a lingering cold for more than a week. Actually had 2 COVID tests, one at the start and one yesterday because I was a bit worried. Don't have COVID or influenza. And hello, Bahandi. I may be recovered. Who knows? And Miss Foxification, good evening to you. Fine Friday night. Starting with an old-fashioned. Yum. Oh, that orange peel is definitely something weird. There's a bit of bitterness or something from it. No, it happens. My batched old-fashioned, which is most of there's probably 2 serves left in there. Made with 6 different whiskies. Ooh, fancy, fancy. I am Mr. Fancy. I was thinking of making another bottled cocktail. I talked about it the other night. Basically want to make a bottled version of something close to a Vieux Carré, and I will probably play around the edges with it. But it's basically whiskey, brandy, sweet vermouth, and a herbal liqueur, Benedictine's traditional. I might play around with, but I might have some rum in there as well. Or at least I might make it like an infinity bottle and just top it up from time to time with different spirits, different brandies, different whiskies, rum occasionally, and some different herbal liqueurs occasionally. Benedictine, but I might also do teeny bits of absinthe, green chartreuse, and I have some other herbal liqueurs as well. So this Foxification, the barrels are going well. I currently have 3 of them. Cable from my camera's stuck here. Come here. There we go, Spear. 3 barrels. One has an apple liqueur that I made. One has a rum old-fashioned, which will probably come out on Sunday. And the other one has vodka in it. I'm just waiting to see what a couple months in a barrel does to vodka. And this is a very neutral vodka. It's an Australian-made vodka called Vodka Zero. And I first got it because it was cheap-ish. Well, it was not the cheapest, but it was a better price than many. And it was on special. And I got it. A young Mr. Angry wanted it for a punch for a party. And I tasted it. It's one of the most neutral vodkas I've ever tasted. It's really quite interesting that way. And thick and g'day to you, nobody. Hope you've been having a good day, man. So yes, I thought it would be fun to see what the barrel, a couple months in the barrel, did to a really neutral vodka. I mean, I've done little tasties of it already, and it is unsurprisingly coloring the vodka, because the other things that have been in the barrel had a lot of color in them as well. And the inside of the barrel is charred, as is traditionnel with these aging barrels. So yes, the vodka is going to pick up a bit of color and flavor, and we'll see. Had a quiet day, which you finished off by lighting a fire and cooking dinner over it. Class. I like that. That sounds like an excellent day and an excellent way to wind up a day. I love the sound of that. Good job, that man. Oh God, like I'm joking about this may or may not be a long stream. You never know. I kind of think it maybe won't be, because the lingering effects of this cold, little bit of tiredness. Fletcher, you like the mid-century cocktail show? I've got a bunch. I bought a bunch of these things that are like 50s, 60s style design and cocktail theme. Lockdown purchases to brighten up my day. I haven't even counted them. I have a lot of them. I think I have over 20 of them now. I'll have to count them at some point. I think it was like 4 different buying sprees with them. We'll see. Yeah, misfoxification. I don't have a lot of energy. My throat's a bit dry. One of the worst things I suffered after young Mr. Angry's party on Saturday night was a really fucking sore throat for talking for about 5 hours. So I may not actually go very late tonight. We'll see. Leaving it open, squeeze in a few drinks, because why the fuck not? Is the bitters concentrated at the bottom of this drink? I shake it up each time I do it, but there's something unusual in my old fashioned. Not like bad. It's not putting me off, but it's unusual. And thank you for the advice, Fletcher. I do try to hydrate as well with water. I have been tested twice in the last week or so for COVID and 3 strains of influenza, and I don't have any of them. I'm not sick enough for it to be influenza, although I have had a flu vaccine. I don't know. It's a cold. In these dramatic times, it's a bit to say I have a cold, but I have a cold. So it's lingering though. Like I first started to feel it on Wednesday last week. I mean, I maybe even had a hint of it on Tuesday, but I woke up on Wednesday going, and then I woke up on Thursday going, this isn't going away. Went out and had a PCR test, and they pinged me just after midnight saying negative on COVID and 3 sorts of influenza. Woke me up. I didn't have the phone on silent. This time, they pinged me at 2 a.m. Woke me up again at 2 a.m. I used to have the phone on, don't disturb me after 10 o'clock. I think I should do that again. Actually, maybe I should just make it after midnight, because AZ doesn't do his ridiculous late night calls anymore. He does things where he literally doesn't know what time of day it is, and would ring me at ridiculous times. And so I had to do, let's see, okay, settings. Focus. I haven't done this for a while. I've forgotten where it is. Is it in Control center? Torch, accessibility, Apple TV remote. Dark mode, guided access, here is. Maybe it's just in general. AirDrop, AirPlay, fonts. Ugh. Wait, where is it? Wait, where did I get? Is that how I get Siri? Do not disturb mode. Set do not disturb mode.
Sorry, I can't do that.
How? Hey Siri, how do I set do not disturb mode?
Sorry, I can't help you with that.
Search, oh, fucking hell. Search internet, do not disturb mode, iPhone.
I found this on the web.
Right, there we go. Megaleech, I did talk to AZ the other day. He's shit, basically, but you know, keeping his spirits up as he does. And he's hoping there. All right. It is focus. Okay. Settings. Focus. Duh, why didn't I look? Jesus. Do not disturb. No focuses. 10 to 7. I'll make it later. I'll make it 11 to 6. All right. Okay, it's back on. So I won't get disturbed in the middle of the night by spam calls or anything. So, Fletcher, Launceston's the hay fever capital. Melbourne's close behind. Fortunately, I don't get hay fever, but yes. No, but last time I saw AZ, he looks like he might be improving a week ago. His legs are super fucked up, like super fucked up. It's freaking out the medical staff. He is hopeful the legal domestic situation will sort out, but he has literally been saying that all year. So yeah, who knows? Yeah, but you know, we talked, talked about how he was freaking people out in the shopping mall by leaving a trail of blood. When he went in to get sort of bandages and medication. Megaleech, want to see the pics. Do you use Discord, Megaleech? Nobody. I think he's always keen to get messages. It is the funny thing. Like, I've got these photos, which are super fucking gross. And he said he didn't even take photos earlier this week when the bandages had been left on too long, and because they were so much worse, which is saying something, basically. So or actually, Megaleech. Oh yes, June Club. Yeah, of course, Megaleech. Or you could PM me an email. And I'm sure you've done this before, Megaleech. In fact, Let me see something. No, I don't. You can PM me an email address on Facebook or whatever, and I just forward the email to you with all the gross photos because Aidsy wouldn't mind. Okay, on Discord. Let me just check Discord. I assume I have Discord on here. Oh yeah, there we go. Alrighty, got that there. Email address, which honestly I probably had anyway. But yeah, Aidsy would have no problem at all with sharing the photos with you. So I'll share the photos with you. Fairly warned be ye, is what I'm saying. Because it's a thing. It's a whole thing. Yeah. So so when you see those, which Dr. Abigail was very fascinated by, she loves that sort of shit. And then I talked to Aidsy this week, and he talked about how they'd gotten worse and they were really fucked up, and he didn't even take any pictures. They were so much worse than the pictures he'd already sent. So how the fuck that guy stays out of hospital is beyond me, quite honestly. But also, there seems to be this weird inconsistency. There's been one or two times where he's thought he should have stayed in hospital longer, and they were really keen to chuck him out. And then there is all these other times where they want him in hospital, and he doesn't want to go, so he fights against going in there at all. It's a strange and mysterious situation. Very, very difficult to keep a handle on. I might. Okay, I just have this very silly idea in my head. Getting Mrs. Angry to help me with a blind test. Well, I save that for another time, and I'll just do a taste test that I know what I'm tasting. I don't know. That's for slightly further into the evening. Anyway, and I'm still settling in with my old-fashioned. I'll drink some water after this. I might have a martini. Then I might do a comparative whiskey tasting for fun, because that's how we roll, just doing random shit. It's not random shit. Okay, people don't do it as much as in the past, but going, oh, random. I'm so random. It got really fucking annoying really quick. Icy Saracen, maybe. I'm having a few drinks. You see, if I pace myself, sometimes, in fact, regularly, these Friday night streams go till 2 a.m. So like 6 hours in total. I have not done 6 hours for a little while. So when in fact did I last do a 6 hour one? I'm looking at streams. 2 hours, 2 hours, 1 hour. I was not well on that night. Okay, 5 hours 40 last Saturday night. Okay, that was a young Mr. Angry's party. Then 2 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours. Okay, and then the previous Friday night was less than 4 hours. 2 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours. Oh yeah, 4 hours 44. 2 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours. 4 hours 20. 2 hours, 2 hours, 1.5 hours. then 4.5 hours on election night, 3 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours, 4 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours, 5 hours. That's back as far as May. And I'm kind of fun. 2 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours, 4 hours, 3 hours, 2 hours, 3 hours. Oh, there you go. 5 hours 42 at Easter, I think. 2 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours, 3.5 hours. 5 hours. 5 hours. It's a long time since I've actually done 6 hours, 4 hours, 4.5 hours. Wow. It is actually longer than I thought since I mean, it was close. One was like 5 hours, 40 minutes. There's 5 hours and 10 minutes. Oh, that's when I had COVID. Yeah. So I wasn't drinking much. Yeah, 4 hours 45. Ah, there we go. Friday night, party night. February 26th. 6.5 hours. That was the last 6-hour stream. Man, that is further 4 hours, 4 months ago. It's been 4 months since I've done 6 hours. Wow. Okay. That actually slightly surprised me. Oh, yeah, I might watch that. That's the Chris Hemsworth film on Netflix, Spiderhead. He's a good villain. Neat. So, Nettie, is that fleece as in dog fur, or did you meant to spell fleas? Oh, dear. Good Lord. Okay. So, hey, Orgasmatron on Twitch. How you doing? Just easing into a Friday night. We're just discussing how long it's been since I've done a more than 6-hour stream. I used to do them most Friday nights, but yes, it's been 3-4 months since I've done, which is not. I don't think I'll do one that long tonight because I've got this lingering cold. I think I just don't have anything. I think I get a couple drinks into me, and then I'll get a rush of blood and think everything's fine, and then I'll have a couple more drinks, and then I'll just go, I'm fucked. So yeah, it goes as long as it goes. But yeah, unlike last Saturday night with young Mr. Angry's party, where Dr. Abigail was here for moral support and helped me supervise the party, we're paranoid about being too drunk to stay up because I thought the young'uns would be up to all fucking hours. But it actually wound down about 1 a.m. and hardly had any alcohol that night. Megaleech. I wonder why it went to the spam folder. But anyway, you found it. What's my thoughts about Labor back in power federally? A fucking relief. Every now and then, the thought occurs to me, Scott Morrison's not Prime Minister. Oh, relief. Remains to be seen how much, if any, practical good Labor will actually do. But I had very, 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 very deep concerns for where things would go if the LNP had retained power. That was a thought that made me feel not good. I think Labor has the potential to do good. We'll see. That's not a real thing. There's not $1 trillion deficit. Also, that whole thing with deficits and stuff is imaginary anyway. Yes, Megaleech, that's a thing. AZ's legs do look like aged cheese. Yeah, no misfoxification. It's such a fucking relief. Oh my God. Just every now and then it's like, Scott Morrison's not the Prime Minister. I feel just a little bit more relaxed with that news. I mean, Labor's already been quite open with, hey, you'll be shocked to learn this, but the LNP was lying to everyone about the state of the economy, employment rates, and particularly some environmental reports. Hey, Earth Crew, nice to see you step in for a little bit, man. Nobody think Labor only needs not to inflict more damage. Yeah, absolutely. But I also hold out some hope they may be actively good. We'll see. Raiders, hey. Oh, yes, it's Avi Crying Day. Very, very, very weird. For those who don't know, okay, there was a Twitter account that I honestly never paid much attention to because it seemed like a rusted on Labor broken. It was going under the name PR Guy. Would semi regularly post stuff that I agreed with and semi regularly post stuff that I thought was kind of disconnected from reality. Big Dan Andrews. See, I didn't even follow the account enough to know how much of an Andrew's groupie this account was. I didn't follow it enough. I didn't follow it at all. I'd see other people retweet it. Anyway, so Avi Yemeni, the littlest fascist, declared that this anonymous account had defamed him. It hadn't. It was a ploy because he was convinced it was like an actual Labor Party PR thing. It was someone in Dan Andrews' office running the account. So he launched court proceedings and got a court to demand that Twitter identify who was behind the account. Today, the Friendly Geordies account did a coming out video. The PR guy, he's just a guy, doesn't work for Dan Andrews. Avi Yemeni is a lying little sook and a loser and a fuckwit, and he's going to lie and say that he's just fucked. Anyway, fuck him. Bahandi, what's Morrison doing now? Crying himself to sleep, I hope. War in Ukraine. Russia's fucked, yo. Well, let's just say Putin's fucked, and the far right in Russia are fucked. Absolutely. You work in the heart of the Nationals extracting coal. Well, I hope you have a good time, man. You know, that's tough work. And I hope in the inevitable transitioning future, it works well for you. Because it should. We should do new jobs that make more money. Because Matron, no, I don't play Magic the Gathering. Yeah. Look, I haven't looked into it that closely. The Uluru Statement from the Heart. I'd be surprised to learn that Indigenous people are not a monolithic blob. I think not everyone agrees with the direction it's going. Let's see. Let's see where it goes, basically. It's not something I would presume to pass any big judgments on. First, because I don't know the legal and constitutional implications of it. Second, because it's not about me. So, yeah. Sorry, Icy Saracen, we joke about this all the time. I was going to run for the Senate as the cocktail party. But politics is just fucked, man. You think some people think Bob Katter's a weird politician. I'd be weird in politics because I would just be calling people cunts all the time. Let's see, Agasmatron, an actual proper treaty would be a very real and important thing. That I don't think that's what the Uluru Statement's about, though. Oh no, Dr. Abigail, people smoking in the residential elevator. Yeah, then you're trapped in it. Not good. And yes, Earthcrow, here's the thing. Indigenous people aren't an amorphous blob. The fact that some people are speaking out would not in and of itself make me say it's a bad thing. I would want to hear people saying, I think it's a good thing for these reasons. And then I want to hear people saying, well, I think it's a bad thing for these reasons, and measure that up. Again, this is not about me. This I don't feel it's for me to pass the pronouncement, but I have seen people saying, well, I'm not happy about it for this reason. So yeah, if it moves to the point where it's going to be a referendum, yeah, I would just want to hear Indigenous voices. I want to hear. There are definitely people who don't like it. And I want to know why they don't like it. There are other people who support it. I want to hear why they support it, and yeah, weigh out based on that. I see Sarah. Who's the most annoying left winger? You mean besides me? Some people are just a bit earnest, and that might sound funny coming from me because people think I'm super earnest, social justice warrior type thing. But sometimes, yeah, it's just. I'm trying to think. There is probably like one specific person or one specific type of person who's really pissed me off. But oh yeah, misfoxification. Yeah, of course it's illegal in elevators and there's a fine. But yeah, how do you police it? That type of thing. Yeah. Earthcrow, only Indigenous voices. Yeah, that's all that makes sense to me. Oh, Gesmatron, Uabara Pride is so that's okay. I know so many nations and peoples across the country, and I'm actually super bad at knowing who they are. My excuse for not knowing who the Uabara are, or if I don't know if that's the people or the nation, because yeah, it was a big country with lots of people in it, and lots of different cultural groups and nations within the place. So yeah. That's an excellent description. Earthgrow, Rhiannon felt like slow dripping acid. Yeah, it's fucked behavior again, but then again, that's the general thing with smokers. It's a very self-centered habit. Not all smokers are self-centered, but Jesus. Oh yeah, keep a portable fire extinguisher. That sounds good. Oh, so Gizmatron, the mob at Tend Embassy should implement what's right from our mob. Again, there's certainly among the people I'd be listening to. Yeah, you need one of those little kitchen fire extinguishers. Just carry it on you. And if the smoke in the elevator, just foam them in the face. Anytime you smoke as if you catch fire. You smolder for a while before the flames catch. Wonderful. God, why? It's not about you, Mimsy. Just because food lady comes into the kitchen doesn't mean there's going to be food for you. You weirdo, demanding bloody cat. Just getting some water. Into thirst. Staying hydrated. But I have something else. Oh, nobody used to playing with fire. You get burned a lot. Yeah. I haven't had a fire for a long time. I love fire. I love staring at fires. Like, if you have a good campfire or bonfire, just the way flame behaves is just great. Even if you're not on hallucinogens. But yeah, I like fire. I think fire is visually very interesting. Ugh. But I have not had a fire for a while. I was slightly tempted when young Mr. Angry was having the party, saying we need some sort of heater for outdoors. I was actually tempted to get one of those. Oh, they have a name. I was going to call them a fire pit. That's not the right thing. But you get the metal braziers and have a fire in them. They're fucking cool. I like them. I saw this recently. Someone saying it's not your imagination. The smoke actually does follow you around a campfire. Science. Ooh, Miss Foxification. Go camping. I don't camp. Mrs. Angry likes camping. I don't. And yes, nobody. I agree. Fires are lovely, calming things. Happy Friday, Salumi. We are currently talking about fire, and if that doesn't sum up this stream, in namely that we talk about any number of weird and wonderful things, and now we're talking about fire. Ooh, I feel that in the heart. Heathcrow, your childhood house. Make a bonfire out of that. See, I'm with you, Dr. Abigail. I am not a camping person. Salumi, not a camping person. Or Gasmatron. See, I didn't read the explanation as to why smoke follows you. Is your body blocking the wind, is it? Can't type for shit today. Won't hold that against you. Very tired, like I have an early one. I was already commenting earlier, even though it's, Friday night party. I have no idea how long I'm going to go. Basically, I'm just going to keep having drinks. And when I'm going up, no, I can't stay coherent. Going to bed now. That could happen anywhere between half an hour from now and 5 hours from now. Not making any predictions at this point. These fucking glasses, they're just a little bit off and they're just irritating my nose. Ugh. There's anything there. It's annoying. There we go. Ooh, that's a packed day. Overtime, a massage, and new glasses. There's a lot going on. My tomorrow is going to involve sleeping in, doing laundry, and then it's going out. Date night with Mrs. Angry. Going to a place we've never been to before. So that ought to be interesting. Hopefully it will be good, but it will at least be interesting. So it's this Orgasmatron. If an even number of people sit at the campfire spaced out evenly, it doesn't go to anyone. Yeah, that whole windshielding thing, that would make sense. Yeah, it'd be a fun thing to do a scientific study on. What are you doing? I'm researching cancer. What are you doing? I'm researching Alzheimer's disease. What are you doing? I'm researching why the smoke follows you around a campfire, because that fucking pisses me off. I want to know why it does it. So nobody, day before yesterday, had to call the RSPCA for an injured dog. Oh no! Oh, broken leg and nasty winds. That's not good. Well, so hopefully the RSPCA helped little doggo. Not good. Not good at all. Last animal I had to help was a possum, a brush-tailed possum that had been savaged by, it looked like a cat or cats, and was missing lots of fur. Had some scratches on its bare skin, but they didn't seem that bad. But it was also clearly in shock. And so I caught it and put it in a cat carrier and took it to a vet in the neighborhood who does wild animal rescue. And just then, poor possum, please look after it. Mm-hmm. The injuries didn't look that severe, but it looked like it was in shock. And Salumi, yes, I blame the ghost for the campfire. Yeah. Because, of course, that's the most fun thing to do around a campfire, tell ghost stories. I don't want to upset anyone or challenge anyone's worldview, because I don't believe in ghosts, because I think with the degree of surveillance we have in the world and recording technology, if ghosts were real, we would have absolutely unequivocal, irrefutable evidence of it. It's also why I don't think alien visitations are a thing. UFOs and Bigfoot and Loch Ness monster, all these things, we would actually have irrefutable evidence of them if they were real. But that doesn't stop telling ghost stories being a creepy thing. I remember one time at uni working front of house in the theatre. And so me and the guy working front of house, when everyone's in there, we had to stay there. We had to be really quiet. So we're just whispering to each other. Did you hear about the people in our house? Said there was a ghost. And we were telling people, because this was in Bathurst, which is... it's an old town. It's an old gold mining town. It has a violent history, and towns with violent histories have stories. And so we were telling each other all the stories. And it was the middle of winter. It was about this time of year, and it was a really windy night. And so you're just constantly hearing very haunted house type sounds, like creaking and whistling wind and whatnot. And after about 15, 20 minutes of us whispering to each other, I heard this ghost story. We were, and because we had to have the lights down because we're in front of the house, we couldn't distract from the theater. And so we're in the dark whispering with all this noise around us. And I'm seriously just looking over my shoulder every 5 seconds because we're managing to creep each other out. Salima, you believe in ghosts, but you don't think they're as common as some people believe? Yeah. Earth Crow, you're in Air League, rated Christian boys camp. Some of them were found tied to trees. Oh dear. Oh, no, Salumi. Yeah, good case. Look, lie detectors are ridiculous. They prove nothing. They're ridiculous. Orgasmatron had an $18 mojito. They said they had no mint. You replied, put some peppermint schnapps in it, knocked your socks off. Oh my God. Okay, that's lateral thinking. And by knocked your socks off, I hope that's a positive. Man, no mint for a mojito. That's a bit sad. I don't have peppermint schnapps. I've got green creme de menthe. That's my mint that I have there, which I hardly ever use. Ugh, it's so 70s. Green creme de menthe. But you want these things every now and then. Yes, 2 more extremely good points, Salumi. Fingerprint evidence is sketchy. DNA evidence not as solid as people think. Nobody. Difficult to explain, not the same as true. But again, not shitting on what anyone else wants to be into. Well, I bet you get to read all the interesting stuff for criminology at uni. This is fun. Yeah, no, dude, Orgasmatron. No mint in a mojito would be so ragey. Dr. Abigail, you don't believe anything anymore? I don't believe that. Yes, okay. I'm not going there with this. I grew up Catholic. I had a lot of exposure to the concept of exorcism. And yes. That's the spirit. Well, okay. So here's the thing, Orgasmatron. Who did I hear say this? Dennis Hopper said this years ago. And he was fucking crazy, okay? I think we can agree Dennis Hopper's crazy. He did a shit ton of acid in the 60s and 70s. But he said a thing like, okay, he was saying, I'm not preempting anything about what happens after you die because I don't know and I think it's unknowable. He says, but at the very least, if the completely atheistic view of the world was true, you die, you go back to the earth, you're absorbed, and something in your essence go on and create more life. So there's something of you that continues past when you die in a purely biological sense. If you're put in the ground, something of you continues to create life, which is a very interesting point to make, I thought. So when you've fallen asleep to audios of exorcism. So you've had a really stable, not toxic upbringing. Yeah, okay. Ethro, you're banned from chapel because you beckoned the Dark Lord at the altar when you had to pray or else. Orgasmatron, I'm not about ad revenue. I voluntarily demonetized myself on YouTube because it was too much hassle. Yes, there's no way to disprove conclusively the existence of God or spirits. I would say conversely, there is no credible evidence whatsoever, absolutely nothing to support it. So the fact that there is literally nothing to support it leads me to, again, because you can't prove a negative. You can ask for evidence. And if someone cannot produce any evidence whatsoever to support something that they're positing, then it's like, well, the hive mind. I'm not sure exactly what you mean, but genetic memory, again, these are not things I'm an expert in by a long stretch. I know there's a lot of discussion and a lot of research into the idea of like generational trauma. It's like, can trauma that affected your forebears, grandparents, great-parents, great-great-grandparents, can that have an impact on you in your life? I think that's I think that's an area that where serious research is undertaken, and it's one of those ones where it's not for me to make any big pronouncement because I don't know shit about it. But okay, Orgasmatron, you highlighted something that I find fascinating. Why do we exist? Okay, the big philosophical question, and this is what often leads people to religion or spiritualism. Why do we exist? Why do we want to continue to exist? Why do we have the urge to procreate? And why do other life forms have the urge to procreate? It's wild. Why are they doing it? It's like, what is the mechanism that makes life want to exist? Because that, when you really think about it, that blows my fucking mind. Why does life want to exist? Not us, not animals, plants, bacteria, everything. Life expands, life procreates. Fucking why? What's driving that? And just little things like I've had a cat, pet cat, Shadow springs to mind. Okay, I had Shadow from a kitten. She was brought up indoors. No adult cat ever taught her how to be a cat. But when she was littler and more spry, she'd be like looking out a window and she would see a bird. And straight away she'd just be in this, I want to fucking kill and eat that. And it's like, how does she know that's a thing? How does she know that's a thing I could have a go at and I could fucking kill it and eat it? No adult cat taught her that. She was an indoor cat and we were feeding her. But my understanding is there's overwhelming evidence animals have genetic memory, and a lot of their behavior is geared around genetic memory. But it's wild to think about. So, Salumi, generational trauma studies are interesting. They've found possible links to people's ancestors survived famines. Islands, a great source for studying that. and trying to see if they can prove later generations adapted to be able to survive another family. Yeah, I know Ireland is a good place to study that. Again, we cannot conclusively prove we're not currently dreaming. Because sometimes you're in a dream and it's really intense, like you're really feeling it. Like it's either making you happy or angry or scared or sad. Like a dream that is really giving you real intense feelings, and you're in it, and then you wake up and you go, fuck me, that was intense. I was so sure that was real. We cannot conclusively prove this isn't a dream state. I don't believe it is. You can posit a lot of stuff that helps you, but you cannot conclusively prove this isn't a dream state. Dr. Abigail, well, is that just wordplay? What is instinct then? If it's not genetic memory, okay, forget the term genetic memory. What is instinct? Where the fuck does it come from? Why do animals do stuff they were never taught to do? Like in, the great and glorious nature, adult animals teach younger animals what to do to survive and stuff. But instinct, okay, the fuck? What the fuck is that? How does that work? Why does that exist? Why is there something in a cat brain that goes, bird, I want to attack that? What the fuck is that? That does my head in. Nobody related to genetic memory. Yes, generational trauma. I know there is a lot of studies that talk about generational trauma. Yes. So yeah, you've read some studies. Yeah, well, it's pretty serious area of research. You raised a cockatiel. Oh no, was murdered by brothers Foxy Terry. Woke from his sleep. Oh no. Yeah, well, that's a traumatic memory. Dr. Abigail, if you want to come on the stream, I'd love it. Nobody, you could tell everything came into existence last Thursday. And yes, no, that's absolutely real. You cannot conclusively prove that that's not true, that everything just planted into our heads. And thanks for dropping in, Earthcrow. Well, yeah, misfoxification, that's the whole thing. Nature versus nurture as well. Twins separated at birth. You hear stories that twins separated at birth that aren't aware of the existence of their twin end up being really similar in adult. And I literally don't know how much of that is objectively verifiable and how much is anecdotal. Okay, Dr. Abigail, you do want to come. Also, anyone for that matter who wants to join. But Dr. Abigail is going to explain instinct, which I'm super keen to have a conversation about. I feel like I should get a martini ready for it. It seems like a martini type of discussion to me. Right. I'm going to get a martini glass with that in mind. Ugh. Got a sexy martini glass. Bahandi, see, we got to do philosophy sometimes. And that most interesting intersection where science and philosophy cross. Oh, holy shit, Orgasmatron. Wouldn't it be great to have Dr. Carl in a discussion like this? Just a free-flowing discussion. That'd be frigging awesome. But we do have Dr. Abigail.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. So instinct is basically, do you know what the concept of your lizard brain is? I think
yes, there's
there's a part of your brain.
Lizard brain, mammal brain, and human brain.
Yeah, there's like the part of your brain that is called your lizard brain, I believe it's the hippocampus, but I'm not
think
sure.
you're right. Yes.
That is instinct. That is what and on like when you're talking about genetic memory, I think genetic memory is a bit of a woo-woo term for what we would call instinct.
Yeah.
You can code DNA. DNA doesn't code for an arm or a leg or a part of the brain, but it does code for proteins that the amygdala. Thank you, Megaleech.
That's like your brain stem. That's the base of your brain.
Yeah.
The
So
amygdala.
the proteins that switch on and switch off different parts of different cells, and it's very complex, and like the brain is super complex anyway.
Yes.
And certain proteins coded at the right time give rise to certain patterns in the brain. And the brain is a hyper complex neural network. And so, but essentially, in layman's terms, DNA codes for certain patterns in the brain.
Yeah.
And that's how instinct is inherited. And so, a cat knows instinctually that's a bird. I need to eat that thing.
Yeah.
Because genetically, that gene that coded for that instinct, that certain pattern in the amygdala, was coded for because that gene survived for so many generations.
Yeah. But does that do your head in a bit?
No,
That there's
no,
this thing. There's this thing that you cannot control that's just there, and well, why? And this is where I come. And this is the philosophical question I like. Why is it there? And yes, because the brain patterns that had that survived, and
yes,
they fit that in. But and this comes back to, well, why did the animal that survived fuck another animal that survived? Why did they want to?
Yeah.
And that question, why does life want to exist? Life down to the microbe level wants to exist.
Life wants to exist because the genes that code for that instinct survived, and the genes that code for the lack of that instinct didn't.
Yeah, but okay.
Have you read The Selfish Gene by Richard Dawkins?
Which I think was largely
basically
discredited that because it was a lot of his bigotry in that.
Oh, was it? I haven't actually. Okay.
I think that's fallen from favor because it's got a shit ton of his bigotry built into it. Again, okay, and I'm saying that anecdotally. I haven't read it, and I can't.
Okay, the crux of it is genes. It's not survival of the fittest; it's survival of the genes. But the genes are the ones who are selfish. The genes want to survive, not the people. We are merely vehicles for the gene survival.
So, does a gene have consciousness?
No, of course not. Of course not.
Okay, so how the fuck is a gene dictating?
Because it's a pattern.
Okay.
It's a pattern of nature. Just like a crystal. No one gives a crystal structure. It just physics determines its structure. Genes aren't conscious. No one like they aren't aware that they are coded for survival. They just are. A star isn't aware that it's burning hydrogen. Well, it doesn't even burn. It fuses hydrogen into helium. It just does. It's one of the laws of the universe. The desire to live, the desire to survive, is an instinct coded in us, in our DNA. If we didn't have it, we wouldn't survive. And the genes to survive, would in someone else would survive instead. I mean, it just on that level, it just makes sense, and it's just I don't know why it blows your mind. I mean, I love it. I love that it blows your mind, but I think I came to terms with this a long time ago.
Yeah, but okay, and I get it, because I upset you the night when I said you can't prove that there's something on the other side of that door, because you can't. But I believe there's
Well,
something on the other side of that door, and
yeah.
it's nothing but a mental exercise on my part to explore the
Yes.
idea. We can't prove
I
that
think
it
I was
completely
having a
exists.
particularly aspy day that day as well.
But and this is I'm saying this as a positive. Like, yeah, you kind of like, genetic science. That's that. And I go, yeah, but there is just a want to understand. Like, holy shit, this is weird. And again,
So
uh,
so what don't you understand about that?
oh, let's see, all of it. So, Helly and hello, Kirsten. By the way,
Hi, Kirsten.
No. It's not so much that I don't understand it, but I'm more fascinated by the implications of it. It's just like,
Okay.
what the and this is why I think people get into religion and spiritualism, and even beyond that, the really dumb shit people get into with putting crystals
Oh,
in pyramids and whatnot and whatnot. It's
okay.
because it's like, it's complex and wild and really quite difficult to process. Like what you were saying, there's a degree of just accepting that. You're just going like, there
Yeah.
is evidence that says
Well,
this,
yeah.
this, and this, and I accept that. And
Well,
I accept that same evidence.
yes.
But there's something about humans to go, yeah, but why does that happen?
Yeah, well,
You've
that's the
explained to me
that's
that
the
it happens, but
yes, that's the
there's a
difference
why that goes
between
beyond that.
laws of nature
Yeah,
and theories of nature. And
yeah.
I mean theories in the scientific term, not the layman's
Hypotheses.
term.
Yeah.
Well, a hypothesis is
And I'm talking
the
hypothesis.
beginning of
Yeah.
understanding.
I'm
The
talking
theory is
hypothesis
the
at the
ending.
moment.
Is well,
Yeah.
not the ending, but the theory
It's supported by evidence.
the end point that you want to get to. You want to build a
Yeah.
theory
Yeah.
that explains the law. So
Yeah.
a law or an axiom in this case is that genes exist, they code for instincts, and one of those instincts is survival, and that survival means the existence of this gene. You know, that's just an axiom. It's a law that you can. It's self-explanatory. Why it exists? Well, I mean, that's kind of explains itself in there too.
But also that had to come into existence at some point. What made it come into
Yeah,
existence?
random mutation. It's random mutation.
And
Eventually,
before
okay.
mutation.
So you start with single-celled organisms. They clump together for survival. Suddenly, they start sending chemical messages to each other, communicating at a really fundamental level. Suddenly, you've got they get more and more complicated, evolving together. Suddenly, you've got multicellular life. They start differentiating to a point where they can't exist without each other. You start getting it's differentiating to the point where you get neurons forming. Suddenly you've got a central nervous system surrounded by other differentiated cells, and then you've got like that part of that neural network um, includes a very simple brain,
Yeah.
and then and that brain, all it does is sense its environment, wags its little tail in the pool, because this is all in underwater. Wags its tail, senses its environment, and feels it's like basic hunger and heat levels and things like that. And then you've got one of them, like this is all random mutations. That's just how evolution works. So you've got this one random mutation in this simple nervous system that says, oh, I'm in pain. I think I'm being eaten. I must swim away. I must waggle my tail really fast. And it survives and has kids. And those kids, one of those kids or one of their kids' somehow has a mutation that links its sensory organ to its tail wagging. You know, I'm just guessing here because I'm not in genetics, but it's gradual changes on generational levels that build up this complexity.
Yeah. And a common misreading of evolutionary principles, sometimes held by people who believe in evolution, often pushed by people who think they're disproving evolution, is the concept that humans were a predetermined outcome. And they say that we're too complex to have been the product of genetic. It's like, no, we weren't planned. There wasn't a plan to make up. But it's a real common misreading of it. They look at the end point and say the end point was always going to happen. So I don't think your theory of all the other stuff makes sense because of how complex the end point is. And it was like, no, there was literally billions of years of genetic mutation, and it accelerated over the millions of years. And but yeah, that I think that's a really common misreading of evolution. To look at where we are and go, where we are was predetermined.
A bunch of mistakes and genetic hang-ups and dead ends in our biology that you would never predetermine ever.
Which is my argument against intelligent design, as I've said before. At best, semi-intelligent design. If I was doing the report card, if it was parent-teacher night, I would be saying, look, little Jimmy does a couple things really well, but here's where he needs to pay a bit more attention. He's made some dumb mistakes here. What's this about? I mean, must try harder, not living up to his potential. See, Henry, that's another thing. Sperm entering eggs. It's just wild. The fact that all this billions of years of evolution has led to these things where does a sperm have consciousness?
No, of course not. Of course not.
But
it doesn't know how to do it. It just does.
But it's fucking wild.
It's designed, and I use that in quotes because evolution has designed it.
Because less effective forms of conception failed, and that genetic line died out.
Yes, so it's like it's designed to do that. I mean, I personally don't know how the mechanism works. I could find out, but
it's freaking amazing.
It is.
I love marveling at it. I'm not going like, I'm just marveling. This thing that doesn't have consciousness still does this thing. Which creates
the thing that gets me
into consciousness. What the fuck? What the fuck is
that? The thing that really gets me is that there is enough in the natural world to marvel at, to gaze upon and be speechless and awe in its majesty without having to invoke anything supernatural, anything about God or anything like that. The natural world is more than enough to provoke a sense of awe and wonder.
Yeah, but I do genuinely understand why humans over the millennia have gone, Magic being in the sky did it.
Oh
'Cause they've
yeah,
looked at it and gone, "Fuck me, this is amazing. This is just
yeah, 'cause
fucking incredible."
and humans need to understand how things work, and when they don't understand the fundamentals of how things work, they fill in the gaps.
Yeah.
And
That's
so
where our pattern
if you don't
recognition.
know how electricity works, and if you don't know how like the fundamentals of matter work, how the
Yeah.
fuck are you supposed to explain a thunderstorm and lightning if
Yeah.
you live in a cave and can be eaten by tigers, you know?
Yeah.
Gods
And
did it, you know,
yeah,
and that's it, and that's fine, you know,
yeah.
it works.
To quote those great philosophers, insane clown posse, magnets. How the fuck do they work?
Well, if you know anything about quantum field theory, then
Yeah.
you know
Yeah.
how magnets work.
Yeah. But again, I love marveling at this because, yeah, a sperm that does not have consciousness somehow knows is possibly the wrong word, but somehow is engineered through evolution to go on its very difficult quest. It's very because millions of these sperm try and only one of them succeeds. And
Well,
fertilizing.
sometimes more than one.
Well,
Sometimes
that's
more than
true.
one
Actually, that's
succeeds.
true. Yes. Yeah. But
Yeah, and it's sometimes none succeed. In fact, more often than not, none succeed.
99 times out of 100 when you're trying there. But
Yeah,
there's no consciousness, but it does it and fuses with an egg, which fucking creates consciousness. What the fuck is
yeah.
that?
So
What the
my so I want to answer Henry Dar's question: is the sperm our
Yes.
brain, and the spine and the egg is our no?
No.
It's an egg. It's one cell, and it creates everything. So, you know, your cheek is part of the sperm cell. Your fingers are part of like from the sperm cell. Like it's a fallacy to say the sperm becomes this. The sperm becomes every part of you. The egg becomes every part of you.
Yeah. I mean, and even just another parallel, I see this sometimes in memes where it's like, you are beautiful and do amazing things. You could be the caterpillar turning into the butterfly. Someone goes, yeah, but do you know the caterpillar doesn't just weave a cocoon and grow wings and comes out? It
Oh,
turns
no.
into goo. It
turns into
dissolves.
just goo.
And
Yeah.
that's what it's like, what? And what is it thinking when
Turns
it's doing
into an
that?
organic goo. Yeah.
They're just going, wow, why am I doing this? I'm just wrapping myself up in this silk, and this just seems like a thing to do. And they turn into fucking goo, which then reassembles into a different life form. And
Yep.
what the fuck is
that?
that?
That blows
What the
my
fuck is
noodle.
that?
That
That's
mechanism
bull.
blows my
What
yeah.
the hell? What the hell? And it's just like, oh my God. And again, this is why I say, yeah, no, I get it. I get it why people go, it's too weird and too complicated. Magic Man in the Sky did it. I fucking get it. I absolutely fucking get it.
Yeah.
And that's also why if someone's not an asshole, I'm completely
Well,
supportive of it.
speaking of assholes,
Yes.
there is a type of life form that, as we are developing from egg to zygote, there is an intermediate stage where you're nothing but a collection of cells shaped like a little kind of cup thing with a hole, right? A little kind of like a cup thing with a hole. And that hole becomes the butthole.
Nice.
And we are one of those life forms, which means that everyone at one point in their life was basically an asshole and nothing more.
And
Thank you, Mega Leech.
It's a question how far some people get past it.
Yes, some people don't get past that stage. And Henry
Exactly.
Dar, Double Masters 22. I haven't played Magic in since COVID unfortunately.
Oh, okay. That's what that's about.
Yeah. Yes, that's a
Oh,
Magic the Gathering reference.
also,
I
poor
haven't played
Kirsten
for a
feels
while.
like Butterflu go. Yeah.
Oh, and
And
I've been chatting with Stella for a bit, and she's been having troubles with work and with her boss. Her boss is fine. Like he hasn't been an asshole or anything, but
yeah.
she's been needing to have the odd drink and eat a lot of chocolate and
Yeah.
deal with incompetence. And I'm betting after what she told me today, her brain is butterfly goo at the moment. So pour a drink for me. I'm out of alcohol at my place, so
Oh no.
pour a drink out for me if you could.
Yeah. I
I ran out of gin, and I've got some red wine in the pantry, but I'm kind of letting it age for a bit. I could make some mulled wine, I guess.
Yeah.
With it.
Yeah. Oh, I finished off my mulled wine tonight. It was really good. What was I looking for here? This. All right, I'm just topping my freezer martini up. Little bit of that.
Oh, and I've had a hell of a week, by the way, just to get off science for a bit. As much as I love talking about science.
Yeah.
Oh!
What's that? Did you find some whiskey?
Will just passed me a bottle of whiskey, and it's the good stuff.
It's the good stuff.
Oh, William, where did you find this? It's mine. I don't know where I was keeping it. There's not much left. There's like 2 drinks left. I've got no mixer though. Shit. I'm gonna have to get a mixer for it. What time is it? It's 9:16. Oh no. I can add some soda water. I've got a soda stream. That's fine.
I'll find my orange bitters.
Oh, Henry, yes. Henry, that's the 3rd time you've had to ask me, and I finally answered, but you're on the loo. That's funny. I I haven't played Magic since COVID started, unfortunately, and I've been. Oh well, yes. Oh yeah, I haven't played Magic since COVID started, unfortunately, and I haven't been super keen on getting back to it, but only because I've developed a bit of agoraphobia since COVID, and the idea of going into a small store with a bunch of screaming kids and getting in close proximity to play a nerdy card game.
Yeah.
Even before the pandemic, when people had odious personal habits, was hard enough. But nowadays, yeah, purchase 1K worth of product every release. Oh well, I used to buy a booster box of every release as well, but I was just not seeing my money back. It was fun for a bit, and every unset, every time they release an unset, I buy a fair bit of it. I'm a big fan of the unsets, but I haven't played proper Magic in years, so
okay.
Yeah. Anyway,
Pat, what's happening in Bullworld?
Bring me your science questions.
Okay, I'm bowling today. I won.
You went bowling?
Yeah.
And you won?
Yeah.
Nice. Good work.
My work has won. I won.
Good job, mate. Congratulations. Good time? You like bowling?
Yeah. I don't know fastballs.
Aha. I haven't done bowling for a while, but yeah, good fun. Good fun. My most exciting outing today was to the supermarket, but
So back in my late teens,
yeah.
I used to bowl a lot, and I used to play in a league.
Oh,
And I was at near the bottom of the league, but
right.
yeah, I like when I got together with like friends or family and did some 10-pin bowling. They were always impressed how good I was, but like, okay, um, my highest score. Oh, good night,
Okay, night,
Salumi.
Salumi. Bit
Night,
tired. I feel
Salumi.
you.
Good poo.
I've been tired
Night.
all week, so I understand needing to.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Hey.
I bowled a 210 once,
Ooh, that's pretty good.
which is quite high, but I had
Yeah,
an
my-
exceptional day. They let me keep one of the pins. It was a
Wow.
good night. Yeah,
Yeah.
my
I know.
my 302 today.
Sorry, what was that, Pat?
102 on a morning.
All right. Nice. So you're the champion today.
Yeah,
Good job, man. Good job.
bigger.
I love it. Actually, I just realized, Bad Billy, last time I went to a bowling alley, some piece of shit broke into my car where it was parked.
Oh no.
That's sunshine for you, though. I used to live in Sunshine, which, for those who don't know, is in the western suburbs of Melbourne and has a very bad reputation. I lived there for a few years, and it was fine. But yeah, it's kind of like my car got broken into at the bowling alleys. Sunshine living down to its reputation, basically. It's also the last time I had a house burgled was when I was living in Sunshine.
Damn.
Yeah.
Can't say I've
Yeah.
ever. I had my car stolen twice. The same car.
All right.
My first car got stolen twice, and I got it back both times. It was an XF Falcon. Anyone with a screwdriver could have stolen that thing.
Yeah.
A 76 Falcon. They did not make locks to secure the car back then.
Yes. I think there was a period
Yeah.
where Falcons, like basically any Falcon key would open any Falcon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, the first time it was just someone took it for a joyride, and it turned up with no damage. And
Well, that's a plus.
yeah, the second time the front end got beaten in because the cops pounced on them as they were driving it around, and they literally bailed out of my car while it was running, and it hit another car, T-boned another car, and the cops had my car before I even knew it was stolen.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's prompt. No, I don't know if you remember, I've been burgled 3 or 4 times. Twice while I was actually in the house asleep and I didn't wake up.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Damn. I've never had my house burgled ever.
It's
Or
a
where
very
I've ever
unpleasant
lived.
feeling. It's
Yeah,
a very unpleasant feeling. Particularly when you wake up and realize it happened while you were asleep. That's a very bad feeling.
Yeah.
Hasn't happened for, I don't know, 20 years.
That's
Hasn't happened for a
fucked.
long time.
Yeah.
It is. It's fucked. That's the short version of it. It's fucked. But then, when you hear,
I said it sucks.
yeah, it's not good, mate. And when you hear like targeted stories of home invasions, etc., at the moment, what that usually is because anti-theft stuff has gotten so good, like particularly with modern prestige cars, it's basically not possible to steal them unless you have the keys. And that's that's the motivator behind the majority of home invasions, to break in while the person's home to get the keys to their prestige car and take their prestige car. It's the weirdest thing where it's going like anti-theft devices on cars get better, so carjackings and home invasions increase because it's the only way to steal the cars that the thieves want to steal. So it's unintended consequences is a fun, aka terrible thing.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I just was thinking in the chat. We somehow got into hand washing dishes. I think Kirsten must be hand washing dishes.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm the dishwasher monitor in this house most of the time.
I've never owned a dishwasher.
Oh,
I've never lived in a house with a dishwasher.
Probably the last, like this house has one. The previous house I was in for 10 years had a really shitty one, but it basically worked. Yeah, prior to that, I did not have a dishwasher. But yeah, it's a thing. And yeah, if you feel bad about dishwasher, well, apparently dishwashers use less energy than running multiple sinks of hot water. I don't know if that's true or if that's just propaganda dishwasher machine manufacturers.
So, Ham, what is it? Sorry.
Dishwashers, if you use them effectively, use less energy than washing dishes by hand because they actually recirculate the same water to clean them.
Ooh, sometimes it depends.
It depends. It depends how you wash the dishes.
It depends, and it depends if you do a pre-wash. If you make sure you do a pre-wash, because that gets like 80% of the grime, and then do a proper wash with a different set of water, and then that just gets rid of the rest. That gets rid of the oil.
Yeah, I think the argument is
this is for a dishwasher, not hand washing.
I don't pre-wash for the dishwasher. I sometimes soak things, like particularly if I've been baking something, so there's baked on shit on the pan or whatever, I'll soak it.
Okay, so Henry brings up a good point. If you rinse everything before putting it into the machine, that's as good as a pre-wash. And then you only have to do one cycle. Like most dishwashers have their own automatic pre-wash cycle built in, and a separate container for a little bit of dishwashing powder for a pre-wash. So if you rinse everything, you don't need to use powder for the pre-wash. You can just use the normal one. But it still may do an automatic pre-wash anyway. But yeah, like if you're doing a pre-wash in the machine with lots of gunk all over your dishes, make sure you have one of those choppy sinkerator things attached to your dishwasher outlet. Otherwise, you get it all clogged. In fact, a friend of mine recently had her dishwasher clogged with a broken glass, and it was clogged by glass. Yeah, that was hardcore.
Yeah, that's a problem. Well, I don't know. Dishwasher in this house is quite efficient. I usually don't have a problem with it. But yeah, I just always make jokes because I'm usually the load and unpack person for the dishwasher in the house, and I'm just regularly making jokes. But I did this yesterday. Why are there more dishes? I cleaned them. Someone says I had to eat. Did you have to? Did you have to eat off plates? What are you, the fucking Queen of England? What is this?
I see what you did there.
Yeah. But yes, I like to have a bit of light-hearted fun with a. But I did this yesterday. Why am I doing it again? Everything was done, and they went. But there's more. That makes no sense. You're talking crazy talk. And it's,
Have you watched the latest episode of The Boys?
I have not. I'll probably watch it whenever I
It's
surface tomorrow.
it's a good one. It's got some great moments in it.
Yeah. Yes. For anyone who doesn't know, The Boys is an incredibly fucked up show that's on Amazon Prime Video. And it's based on a really fucked up comic. Although the storyline in the TV series is remarkably different to the comic, because one of the various internet thingies I do is subscribe to email for a website called Humble Bundle. And they do this stuff, and it's basically older stuff, computer programs, digital versions of books, etc. And you can get it really cheap, and when you buy it, the money goes to some charity or other. So it's pretty cool. And I think particularly with software, the reason software companies say, yeah, you can do that is because they have newer versions of the software. So if you use the old version and like it, then they send you things going, you should upgrade. But so I've got a range of software from that. I've got a range of games from that. And I've also...
I've got so many Steam games from Humble Bundle.
Yeah, books and graphic novels. And I got The Boys Omnibus, and I read it and went, this is really different to the TV show. But anyway, and speaking of different, it's Laura. Hello, how are you?
Hello. I'm doing
So,
I'm doing quite
hi, Laura.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
So, you know the first episode of the latest season, how the dude could shrink himself and
he went up someone's urethra, yes.
went into someone's... Did you know that was a practical effect?
I thought it was. It looked like
they built a giant penis.
Yeah.
And had him walk through it.
Yeah.
Like inside and out was a giant penis on set. Like that was that
it was very funny. Right.
Imagine walking on that set.
Yeah, he could shrink really small, and so he shrinks tiny and runs up his lover's urethra and tickles it and stimulates him. Certain things happen, and there's a less than optimal outcome. Don't want to do spoilers, but there's a less than optimal outcome. It's The Boys is just
see you later, nobody.
Nobody's going to hang up.
Massive penis on set. That sounds like a Trump rally.
I see what you did there.
Just in the metaphorical sense, in the Trump rally thing, but I feel like he's getting super fucking nervous because so many people are testifying on those Jan 6 hearings. Like, he was aggressively harassing people to overthrow the Constitution and break the law. He was doing bad things.
I'm surprised he's still in the country. I'm surprised he hasn't just got fucked off.
Fucked off to Russia and said, look, I laundered
or somewhere else without an extradition treaty.
No, Russia, because he's laundered tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars for Putin and Russian oligarchs. So he would be going like, you guys owe me. The high point is definitely when his daughter fucking turned on him, basically, and so he turned on her. That was funny.
Ironically, it's a bit like Musk.
Oh, he's a fucking loser. His kid wants to change their name because they don't want to be associated with him.
And finally, his dream came true. Trump's daughter finally screwed him.
Oh my God. the creepy last couple of decades of
Yeah.
Trump sexualizing his own daughter is
Yeah,
just like,
what do you have in common? I was going to say sex. What?
oh no, it's not good. Oh yeah, Henry, and again, no Stranger Things spoilers, but yeah, everyone's been talking about the Kate Bush running up that hill.
Yeah.
I
Stranger
love
It's
Things.
suddenly popular again, and it's making my eyes roll
But
up the hill. I'm
when-
glad
when
people are
you
getting
were-
into it again.
Yeah, but when you were here, Dr. Abigail, for the party on Saturday night, and I mentioned the Meg Myers version with the animations.
Yeah.
I'm a big
That was
fan of
great.
that. There's been a few, and again, us being Gen Xers remembered the placebo cover as well, which was a classic sort of emo detached, like, and there's this
Yes.
this dispassionate monotone one, whereas Meg Myers one is incredibly impassioned, and I love the placebo version. I love her version too, and I love the original. I was of the generation of boys that had funny feelings in their pants about Kate Bush on Countdown. But
and many years ago now, I had that on vinyl. And so I was doing something in my back room listening to the album, the record, and I needed to move the thing that it was on. So I was carefully moving it. And there's one of the stories, one of the songs on it was something about ice. And it's like, and just as I'm moving it, her words go, "There's something moving under." And it's like just coincidental timing.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting. It went higher up the charts this time than when it was first released. Went to number one on the UK charts, and I don't think it reached number one when it was first released.
No, it got to 3.
Yeah, but also her first single, Wuthering Heights, released when she was 17, went to number one, and she wrote that song, and she wrote Running Up That Hill. So with that going number one now, someone noted she now holds the record. She is both the youngest woman to have a self-written song hit number one and the oldest woman to have a self-written song hit number one, which is pretty fucking cool. Pretty fucking cool, quite honestly. Yes, Henry, that's a really good description. Placebo is being hung over on Sunday while you're getting produce from local food shop. But also that they're running up that hill thing that comes. They did a whole album of cover versions, and what cracks me up is because their version of Running Up That Hill is really low key and but there's also a version of the old Robert Palmer song Johnny and Mary, and the Robert Palmer version, which I liked when it came out, is Robert Palmer going, Johnny's always running around trying to find certain. The Placebo version is like this 90s power pop punk thing, which is, and again, it's great. I love it. But I think it's hilarious. They've taken Kate Bush's pop song and done this drawling monotone emo thing. And then they've taken a song that was basically this monotone-ish detached vibe and put all this oomph into it and turned it into this power pop punk anthem, which again, they're pretty inventive. I like Placebo. They've done a lot of stuff over the last 30 years they actually released some stuff on YouTube in the last 12 months. I think they released a whole new album.
Oh, really?
But, yeah, no, I saw some videos on YouTube and I quite liked the stuff they were putting out. Oh, yeah, I haven't. Ooh. Yeah, Henry Dar. This week's Like a Version, I think, is the Wombats doing Running Up That Hill. I haven't heard it yet. I saw a reference to Triple J's Like a Version this week. I think it's the Wombats doing Running Up That Hill. I've got to listen to it at some point. But yes, I like that thing. For those who don't know, Triple J is an offshoot of our national broadcaster, the ABC. It's aimed at the youth market. It's a national youth radio network. I think it's pretty much unique around the world, and it's fucking great. Look, it's not without its flaws, but it does a lot of good in my mind. I wish such a thing existed when I was a fucking kid, feeling isolated in the bush. But one of the interesting things they do is most weeks on a Friday, they get a band or a performer in, and live in the studio, they will do one of their own songs, and then they'll do a cover version. And the cover versions range from to absolutely inspired and amazing. And there's a whole spectrum in between. Like a lot of them are good. A lot of them, oh, that's good. There's like, and some of them are like, but some of them are just like, holy fuck, that's some next level
And
shit.
they've also like been responsible for launching so many awesome careers.
Dozens and dozens. Like again, in purely economic terms, like it hasn't happened for a while, but every now and then conservative fuckheads would say Triple J is a waste of money, like it costs X millions of dollars to run. And I'm going like, motherfucker, it puts so much more into the economy because it launched so many careers that generated so many tens, hundreds of millions of dollars in the economy. Triple J is a net economic gain. In pure right-wing economic terms, Triple J is a net economic gain. So any right-wing attacking it is just a fucking culture war fuckwit. But beyond that, I think the philosophy of it is important. Because again, having grown up in the country, completely isolated, the idea that you would have had something that kind of told you there are alternatives. There are, it's not just your fucking town. Other things exist. That would have meant... And again, I say this as a cishet straight guy. I felt alienated and isolated. Could you imagine if any of those levers were moved? How much more difficult it is in an isolated country town. As a cishet white guy, I felt isolated and alone. Jesus. So what's that? Henry Darr saying, violent Soho, lazy eye. Promise you thank me. Oh yeah, Henry Darr. Stranger Things is a Gen X retro fantasy show. There's no two ways about it. But I still think the high watermark for Triple J like a version is Denzel Curry doing Rage Against the Machine's Bulls on Parade. There's a lot of very good ones, but that one, it's really funny because Denzel Curry is a rapper, and it starts off like he's got a band in there who all seem to be white guys, and it's like, okay, this is sounding like a kind of standard cover of Bulls on Parade, but then and then that little guitar thing that goes wow wow waka waka wow wow, and you go, okay, this is instrument. This is sounding like a standard thing, and then it goes when the vocal track starts, and then Denzel Curry just goes right fucking off. So this is a rapper basically doing a sort of new metal thing, and holy shit, he fucking turns forget Spinal Tap going up to 11. Denzel turns it up to like 12 or 13 and just goes off. And it's so good. Because you sit there going, can a rapper do this thing that's kind of like white boy metal rock stuff? And then you go, oh, fuck, can he what? Jesus, he just went for it. And
there's a song that I really like, and it's an old song from 1978, would you believe? Gary Newman's Our Friends Electric.
Yeah.
Which was pretty groundbreaking at the time. But he did a new version of it some years ago with 9 Inch Nails, and it's phenomenal.
I think I've seen that on YouTube. Yeah,
I think I've pointed you towards it. It's brilliant.
That was probably it. You probably did point me to it. Yeah,
yeah. It's in a cellar, a basement.
Although it's weird, he was a Thatcher-loving Tory, but yeah.
I tend to try to keep my interest in, away from what their political opinions are, because,
separate the art from the artist.
Exactly.
Within bounds. I mean, like, if someone, is eating babies under a portrait of Hitler, then I'm probably not going to enjoy their art. But
You said you wouldn't mention my other room. You said you wouldn't tell anyone about that. It was 2 times. Come on.
Sorry, we've been keeping Kirsten company while doing dishes. Happy to do it. But yeah.
You eat a baby under a portrait of Hitler 2 times.
2 times. That's right. 2 times.
2 times. Yeah.
Once
One time just
was
to
an
try
accident.
it, just like
Twice was, just to be sure I shouldn't do it again.
Yeah, like once is curiosity, twice is just to make sure that's what you don't want to do. Just because I'm very scientific about these things.
Yeah. And we always say these things. I'm always thinking about one of the bits in the Holy Grail. Michael Palin as the king with the swamp castle. Yeah. Let's not argue over who killed who. When someone wants to back out of something really fucked they've done, I always go, let's not argue over who killed who.
Speaking about people making big mistakes, it's a Boris thing. So there's been a couple of by-elections in England.
I saw that today.
One of them was the politician who kind of decided to resign after being caught watching porn in Parliament.
Oh, that dude was hilarious.
Yeah.
How was that? How was he watching it in Parliament?
In Parliament on a screen, and people behind him could see it.
Yeah, it's just like
tosser.
Anyway, so because his seat became available because he resigned, there was a by-election, and the Lib Dems have taken it, Liberal Democrats, and they
had a huge surge, didn't they?
24,000 majority that the Tories had. They've blown that. 24,000 is obscene.
Damn.
And the thing is, it's not like it was a little bit. It was a huge turnover.
I'll be back. Sorry.
It's the biggest turnover ever in any by-election in history. Certainly in the UK. I don't know about other parts of the world.
It's a big claim.
Yeah, I'm sure. Some brutal dictator takes over, a country and then holds fair elections, and fair being in inverting quote marks. And then there's a huge majority in favor of him, or I'll kill you territory.
Yes.
So I'm sure there's been a few instances where someone has done better, but perhaps not in normal circumstances.
Uh-oh. He left us alone.
What a thing to do.
Why would he do that? Why would he do that? I don't even have admin privileges on StreamYard.
Yeah. One of the entertaining things was that there was another by-election in Wakefield, and the Conservatives lost to Labour again. Lost it. They got it, and then they lost it within a couple of years. Excuse me, ambulance going by.
I can hear that.
Yeah. I used to chat like this with someone, and they lived on the ground floor next to a main road, and every now and again the ambulance or a fire engine go by, and it sounded like it was going through the room they were in.
Yeah, okay.
It was that loud.
All right, I'm back. I was just going to get one of my cocktail books, and I think Mimsy wants to jump on. Yes, she does. Mimsy wants to jump on. I'll adjust the camera so Mimsy can say hello to everyone. There she is. She just decided she wants to sit on my lap. She's developed this habit recently, and it's like she knows I'm in a meeting when I'm at work, and she'll just come up and go, I'm going to jump on your lap now. And I was like, all right. So a few people at work have met Mimsy recently. She doesn't generally want to jump on my lap when I'm at work, but it's almost like she just knows, like, oh, he's talking to someone. I'm going to interfere. I'm just going to jump on his lap while he does that. I shared a picture in a meeting the other day. My magpie friend is coming up, sitting right at the window, like the little step ladder there, and she sits there right at the window, just looking at me like, I know you fed me, but you're not feeding me now. So I took it with my phone. I was in like a team meeting, and so it was like the photo, like you could see my computer screen with all the icons for everyone who was in the meeting, and then this magpie right next to it staring straight at me. And then I just uploaded it to the meeting chat and going, well, you know, I've got someone joining me for the meeting today.
Cool.
I just read a funny story, which is a guy from Japan, 40-year-old employee for the council or whatever it was. He went and lost an entire city's worth of personal information on a USB stick.
Yeah.
He went out, he got drunk. Oh, where's that USB drive gone?
Yeah.
The one that I've got an entire city. God, it's a good job he doesn't work it like in Nigeria or something.
That's true. Sorry, I'm just also catching up with some stuff in the chat. Kirsten, I went to get one of my cocktail books, but I did do double duty and did actually pee while I was getting the cocktail book. And Henry, no, there are definitely some Nazi elements in Ukraine. We know that. But that's all. That's in Australia. That's all through Europe. That in the US.
Yeah, there's Nazis in the US. There's Nazis here.
Yeah, but no, it is real. It's absolutely
and it's
real.
fucking illegal to kill them now. Like, when did that happen?
And I really had to focus on this. I want to see that. Kirsten's got a long code.
I'm sorry. I'm just chuckling at what Abigail just said and thought that sounds like something that Putin carries in his head.
Yeah.
I thought it was okay to kill Nazis, but apparently
there was literally a point in time when it was legal to kill Nazis.
That's called World War II. Yes,
it was called World War II.
Yeah, but I say, it's like the entertainment. And it's not entertaining if you're there, but the concept of this is entertaining, which is it's like Putin went into a war, a special military operation under the guise of it's okay to kill Nazis. What do you mean it's not? You're not allowed to do that now. It's against international law. What? Why didn't I get the memo?
No, again, Putin's just a steaming pile of shit. And it's like, yes, there are definitely elements within Ukraine who are avowedly Nazi. There are also, hilariously, Putin and his core supporters in Russia are basically indiscernible from Nazis with their nationalist ideology and their persecution of minorities and whatnot. They are basically indiscernible from Nazis. Henry, I believe the people who should know, the Germans, think the swastika should be banned globally. It did get made a criminal offence here in Victoria this week.
Now,
it should be noted that there is a difference between the Nazi swastika and the Hindu.
Hindu? Yeah, Hindu.
Hindu swastika, which is for thousands of years was a symbol of peace.
Yes. And again, the law here in Victoria was specifically about the Nazi swastika.
Now,
sorry, Laura, you've got something.
I've got something to say about that because I'm an aircraft modeler. And although I don't subscribe to the Nazi ideology of anything, they did create some really cool airplanes. And so it's like, does that mean that you've gone and banned model making, German plane model makers?
That's a good point.
You can do that in your own home. You can't publicly display the symbol. is what it is.
Well, you see
And
what happened.
hell,
Hang
they
on,
had
though.
great fashion too. Hugo Boss, you know.
There's something called the IPMS, which is the International Model, whatever. I can't remember. Anyway, it's model making.
Moratorium.
No, it's International Model IPMS, so Plastic Modelers Association. I think that's it. Yeah, International Plastic Modelers Association or Modeling Association, whatever. Well, they have, like an exhibition every year, and they get people, and you bring your stuff, and people vote on it and stuff as well. As well as buying models or whatever. And it's like, well, hang on. Does that mean that if I do a model and I'm now guilty by making a model and displaying it for people at a model show, which is what people do, it just
again.
It's the kind of thing where did they know about this issue or did they consider it in advance, or have they just gone and basically screwed up the whole thing? Because they had the one thing that they were trying to defeat, which makes sense, ends up screwing up something completely different.
It is very difficult to not have some knock-on effects to any law, but I will throw out there of the people who obsessively collect Nazi memorabilia and want to do Nazi models, there is a very disturbing trend of who is the most fervent in that. Again, if you are making models of World War II hardware and you want to include the authentic insignia on it, no one's going to prosecute you for that unless you're running down the main street chasing Jewish people with a Focke-Wulf saying, die, 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 die. It is about the public display of the swastika, which is intrinsically a hate crime. There is no way around it. Doing that is a hate crime, pure and simple. There's no gray area.
Can I change the subject slightly?
Yes.
I was at Bunnings today, and I had to use the bathroom.
Yes.
And I was a bit confused about the sign. In front of the bathroom, because I could only find the left-handed bathroom.
Right.
Leads me to believe there's a right-handed bathroom, and me being right-handed, like I went in anyway. Like I'm sure, like I went in and the bathroom was perfectly usable. Like nothing seemed left-handed or right-handed to me.
Yeah.
And I'm very confused. Do you mind if I share? I took a picture of this because I was very confused about this sign and why it's a left-handed toilet.
Left-handed. What does it mean?
I assume left-handed.
I'm trying to. It's something to do with being accessible, I think. But I'm trying to work out what LH stands for, and I can't work it out.
Left-handed.
Yeah, it's for left-handed people. So you're lucky that someone didn't police you while you're in there.
Yeah. I don't know how they would check that. Get you to write your name or something.
Yeah. No, they just throw something at you and see what hand you reflexively catch it with. Ha ha! Right-handed.
Low-handed. No, that makes way too much sense. Way too much sense.
Sorry, I love Heine's guess. Dude, that's a solid guess. Low handle?
Could be.
Yeah.
That does make sense.
Sorry, my stove is singing the song of its people, and Mimsy's going to be really upset because she's really comfortable on my lap. But the buzzing of the stove...
I'm going to make some fizzy water. And
I found out what it is.
What is it?
I found out what it is. It's left-hand transfer or right-hand transfer, which is getting off a wheelchair onto the disabled toilet.
Oh,
So
It is left-handed.
It is, yes.
I was right.
The concept of an LH and left-hand and right-hand toilet is to show
Yeah.
wheelchair unit.
And Megaleech was in the chat with it as well.
Ah, there you go. Yeah, no, Megaleech got it as well. There you go. And Kirsten as well.
Nice.
Okay, so yeah, some people will find it easier to get off the left or the right in their wheelchair. Yeah, okay.
Well, there you go.
We learned. We
See-
freaking learned tonight.
See, for me, I was
Wow.
thinking, well, let's make sense anyway, because I do wipe my bottom with my left hand.
Okay. How many times do you fold your toilet paper, though?
Depends on how thick the toilet paper is.
Yeah, I fold it once for the first sheet, and then the rest of it doubles over anyway.
So, okay, so for the front, I use 6 squares, fold,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
fold again, and
Yeah.
that soaks up everything and doesn't get my hand wet. For the back, I take off 8 squares, cut it in half, fold each once, and then once again, and so you've got 4 layers in one nice square. So
All right. So all you're making me think of is
I would only do that if
I would
had a-
get that. I
Yeah,
would get that tattooed on my ass.
I would only I would only go to that length if I had a runny bottom.
I do that every time.
You're just making me think again. It's not really the same thing. One of Chris, what's his name's improvisations on Park and Rec when he was playing the slightly dim shoeshine guy, and he's at the doctor's with his girlfriend who is very funny, and he's just going like, "Doc, sometimes when I wipe, it just keeps going like I use no matter how much paper I use, I wipe and I wipe and I wipe. It's like there's a marker there." And they left the bit in where his girlfriend cracks up laughing and goes off, and because that was consistent with her character, but it was real. He just came up with that, like he was just like riffing and coming up with stupid shit, and she was like, and she spent a while trying to keep a straight face, and it was like, "I don't believe you came up with this," and she goes off the side laughing, and they kept it in, and it was, and just the way he did, because he's the slightly dim guy who goes, "I wipe and I wipe and I wipe. It's like there's a marker there." And it was just like,
Yeah. And it is more like a crayon.
yeah.
If I don't have enough fiber in my diet, my irritable bowel does that with the
Yeah.
crayon. You just keep
Yeah.
wiping and wiping, and it's just endless.
Yeah, it's a whole thing.
It just occurred to me.
Anyway,
now
on that, I'm going to get some soda water. I'll be back in a sec.
Yep.
it's disappointing
So,
she's going
Laura.
to go now because I was about to talk about her.
Yeah.
I was just going to say that now, the amount she must go through a lot of toilet roll. Then I remembered, that's why she's got a tall pile of toilet roll, and her son keeps saying maybe you need more.
Oh gosh, sorry. I was just sort of looking in the chat. Henry, you've broken limbs doing motocross, so you're ambidextrous.
Oh.
Yeah, I have to admit, I could. Yeah, I wipe right-handed. I could probably do it left-handed, but again, you see, sometimes people incapacitate both arms at the same time, and it's like, dude, it's gone. What do you do? I mean,
Really,
you've
it just
got to trust them.
For me, it just comes down to elbow room. The wall is to my right, so I would be bumping my elbow. Whereas on the left, there's nothing there except for a shower curtain. So all about
so
access.
Henry agrees with the crayon reference, and wanting a bidet, that would actually help. Bidets are extremely uncommon in Australia. Not unheard of, but extremely uncommon.
Okay, that makes sense now because, of course, there was the Crocodile Dundee. Oh, it's for washing your blood, your ass.
Yeah. No. Particularly someone from a remote area would never have seen anything like a B-Day. But it was kind of fun that he worked it out. Like he's just going, what the fuck? And
He's got his foot in it. Was it for washing your shoes?
Yeah. And the woman who we ended up marrying is just like, I'll let you work it out. And then, he just does that gleeful at one point. It's for washing your bum.
Yeah.
Again, it's not a terrible idea. And, it has a lot to recommend it. I don't have a bidet, and I've never really used one. But I can see the appeal.
Now, here's an interesting one. When we lived in Germany, they have this weird thing. They have a shelf for the stool to land on.
For the what to land on?
Poo. For your stool to land on. Okay. So basically what you can do is if you can check and see whether you've got like blood in your stool or maybe it's I don't know. I'm not sure what.
That's very German.
It's a weird thing where, like say, it kind of at the back it goes down, then goes horizontal-ish, and sometimes has a little lip on the edge of it, and then goes down the main hole.
That is,
and it's like, and it's so they can inspect it. I'm guessing,
Yeah, that's very functional and German. That is.
Yeah, it always seemed weird.
Oh, Kirsten knows it. Kirsten's aware of the German poop shelf.
Yeah.
Good Lord. Yep. That is just very German. And I don't mean that as a negative. I just mean that's that really functional engineering thing that Germans are famous for.
The remnants going by. It just occurred to me. I completely forgot. You know this UK elections thing and these two by-elections have been flipped. So the other one that was in Wakefield. So if you remember, the first by-election happened because the politician was watching porn in Parliament.
Yes.
And the second one, the guy, basically he had a bit of a problem after he resigned and was then jailed for sexually assaulting a 15-year-old boy.
Right.
So
I can see I left chat with a bunch of poop.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of poop talks been happening.
I approve.
By the way, Abigail, that explanation you have for folding and folding and folding, now we understand why you need so much toilet paper.
I actually use less toilet paper than most people.
Yeah.
Scrunchers use way more toilet paper than I do.
Oh.
And I'm stocking up. Like when Will moved in, suddenly I had to stock up because he was going through heaps. I mean, clearly he's a scruncher.
Yeah. But anyway, what was it? The Tory candidate was beaten by 4,928 votes, overturning a majority of 3,358. So the Tories had 3,000 in the bag.
Yeah.
And lost it.
Poor Tories. I feel bad for them.
You know what's really crazy is that Partygate is probably going to be the reason why the Boris Johnson government failed.
Well, just because people it showed so much contempt for the entire population to say you're subject to these really fucked rules and we're just going to ignore them.
Worst one. The worst one, there was a party with someone staggering home at 4:00 in the morning. And that day, I mean, once the sun came out, the Queen was photoed alone at the funeral of her husband.
Yeah.
I mean, how about that for I'm going to have a party and fuck you in your royal thing, Yeah. And yet, Boris kind of has this, the Queen's wonderful because she's the Queen kind of thing.
Yeah, it's triggers.
I have this petri dish with this sample on it, right?
Yeah.
And it's it had a bacterium grow in it, but then it's like complete, and I couldn't identify the bacterium. There's only one, and it grew as a sample. It's this orangey color, but then the mycelium grew right over the bacterium.
Yeah.
It wasn't even phased by it. So I'm wondering, do I call that a success or not? Because it's just like whatever, dude. Don't
Looks
care.
like flour. It's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
pretty
it's
cool.
It's cool.
Oh,
No,
hey,
no.
personal trends news thing. So if you remember last Friday was my 1-year anniversary of getting the diagnosis.
Shit.
Yes.
This week or tomorrow will be my 1-year anniversary of getting hormones for the first time. And yesterday was the day that I talked to my gender doctor, and it's like, yep, okay, we're going to up your dosage. So I'm now going to be on 4 milligrams instead of 3
Nice.
per day.
These are my titty skittles. 2 a day.
Oh, I love that term. Sorry.
You know what? I just I had an explosion of an idea the other day. After
Just
watching-
idea all over me, just exploded
yeah.
everywhere.
Do you remember the episode of Next Generation where Q became human?
Yes.
And he declared, "This is
Got
getting on my
stabbed in-
nerves now that I have them."
Yes.
So
Got stabbed in the hand with a fork.
Yes. So I just had this wonderful idea. My inspiration after hearing that is, this is getting on my tits now that I have them.
Yep.
Nice.
I just want to drag it back to poo because Megalich brought up the poo knife, which I have seen discourse
Oh, the
on
poop knife.
online. Some
Yes.
Americans and yeah, Dutch thing, because certain sections of the US are very influenced by Dutch heritage.
Oh, a cat.
A blunt knife to chop up oversized stool. Yeah, it's wild.
What you need to do, Abigail, is get a post picture of a mouse or something on the wall so that the cat doesn't have to stare at a blank wall. It's on your shoulder.
Well,
So
I have been growing some cat grass, and she likes cat grass, so that kind of distracts her a bit. But
what is cat grass?
Cat grass is a selection of different types of grasses that cats will eat, and it aids in their digestion. It's kind of like roughage for them, and sometimes they'll just throw it up, but often they'll pass it, and it just like helps with fur balls and stuff. And yeah, it's just like different types of grasses that cats are attracted to.
Right. What are you reading there, Angry? Is it Pratt detection training manual?
no, this is one of my birthday presents. Young Miss Rogan got me this. The cocktail book from the New York bar PDT. Please don't tell. It's got heaps of interesting stuff in it. I've made myself a Romeo and Julieta, which is a aged rum based Negroni. It's mostly 2 ounces of rum, half an ounce of sweet vermouth, and half an ounce of a bitter Amaro. They say Campari, but I fucking hate Campari. It's too bitter. I have this one that's made locally at a rum distillery. It's an orange Amaro. It's a bit more like Aperol. I don't know if anyone's into such things. The two famous Italian red bitter liqueurs are Campari, which is super fucking bitter, and Aperol
Don't give me that look.
is a little bit bitter. This is a bit more like Aperol. But also, I love to support local, although that's a Cuban rum that I used. And I bought this just so I can stick my tongue out at Americans online because they can't buy it because of their dumb embargo. So I've got a Cuban
of course we don't know.
No, and an Australian sweet vermouth, Maiden Eye, who make killer fucking product. And this is from the Gospel Distillery here in Melbourne who specialise in rye whiskey, but they make a couple of liqueurs as well, including this bitter orange Amaro. I don't mind a bit of bitterness in a drink because I like to mix things up. I'll make one that's really boozy, and then I'll make one that's maybe really sweet, and one that's a bit bitter is fine. But fucking Campari, I just cannot get into Campari. It's so bitter, and I've tried because the Negroni's like one of the trendiest drinks in Melbourne. You'll go to bars that have half a dozen variations on a Negroni, and it's just like, ugh. So, yeah, Safa, I'm sure you appreciate to not do spoilers because you binged it. Henry hasn't watched it yet. And yes, Safa, it was good nostalgia.
I loved it. I thought it was awesome.
Yeah, it was great fun.
It made me want to watch the prequels again.
I feel like we discussed this the other night. I feel like any further series of Kenobi would be really superfluous, but who knows? Maybe they can justify it.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah. Again, it all comes back to the line from the original Star Wars movie when Kenobi and Vader face off, and Vader says, "When last we met, you were the master, but now I am the more powerful." And so
he said, I was the learner, now I am the master.
Yeah. So anything that you did that had an interaction with them was dependent on that bit of dialogue.
Yes. Because we all know that Disney never wants to break canon from the original George Lucas movies.
Yeah, but it did really
bring hashtag sarcasm.
Hashtag sarcasm, yes.
Yes.
But yeah, it did really bring home, and again, no spoilers, just talking purely about the movies that already exist. And I said this the other night, it brings home to me, holy shit, there's a bunch of stuff in Star Wars that makes no fucking sense whatsoever. But
see, I actually disagree with most of the points you brought up about making sense.
Which is fine. That's fine. These are personal interpretations of what's it. And again, like you and I are both sort of fans of Delaney King, and Delaney does great deconstructions of various TV shows and movies. I agree with about half of what she says, and half the time I'm like, nope, I fundamentally disagree with that point. But that's fine. If you're a rational adult, you acknowledge people can have different interpretations and different experiences of art and entertainment. And
as long as you're aware that you know that you're wrong and I'm right at a fundamental base level, it's just an axiom of the universe that I'm right and you're wrong. As long as you're willing to admit that, we can continue being friends.
And that's fine. But I've often tried to explain this to people. I've been like, you must have experienced a thing like you went to a concert or you saw a movie or something, and it was the best thing ever for you. And then you hear or read or see someone else's experience of it, and they talk about how shit it was. And you're like, it's like cognitive dissonance. And you're going, I don't understand. That was the singular most exceptional experience of my life. But someone who was there at the same thing fucking hated it. And it's the thing. People are different. We experience the same event in completely different emotional ways.
Yep. I suppose that's a thing.
But acknowledging, Abigail, when we disagree, you're right and I'm wrong. It's
and
look, that's just the way the world
I'll
works.
have to get.
The way the world works.
I'll have to get like my whip out, and you'll have to assume the position.
That's just going to make me disagree harder.
Ooh.
Who were matron? Sorry, I couldn't help it. I couldn't help it. Oh my god, that was a thing in The Boys with that bloody Fox News guy with what would happen if I was stupid? Huge strap on put on the table. Yes, I'm stupid. Again, this is a weird thing. I mentioned before, The Boys is fucked up. This latest season, they're really into sex toys themed on the superheroes in The Boys.
Oh,
It keeps coming up. It's
the
so
latest
funny.
episode. The latest episode.
All right. Yeah.
Oh
Okay.
my god. Is the sex toys episode? Nothing on the latest episode.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah. And
Yeah.
it's again, the source material is very weird and fucked up, and the TV show is actually really significantly different to the source material. Not least Huey. And here's a fun fact: Huey in the comics was absolutely modeled on oh god, what's his name from the Cornetto trilogy? The little guy, the two guys who make Shaun of the Dead and all those.
Yeah.
What's his name?
Simon Pegg.
Simon Pegg. Okay, Huey was 100% modeled on Simon Pegg. When both the writer and the artist pictured Simon Pegg when they designed the character on that. And in the comics, Huey is English, and in the TV show, he's American. Simon Pegg plays Huey's dad in the TV show, so he's playing in America. So that was a little nudge, wink to the comics, because everyone who read the comics knows Huey is 100% based on Simon Pegg and young Simon Pegg, because the comics are from the 90s. And so yeah, as a nudge, wink to the comics, they hired Simon Pegg to play Huey's dad, which is cute. Yeah, no, Megaleech, he's Scottish. And fucking that original thing with the speedster who liquefies his girlfriend, that happens at a fun fair in England. So yeah.
I think
Kirsten, is it ever too late to wash your hair? If that means you have to stay up for a while till it dries, okay, it's only 10:20. I actually have more energy now than when I started the stream. Thank you, alcohol.
Yeah, the reason why my camera's off is because I'm wrapped in a towel or a pair of towels because I just had a shower, which therefore I did wash my hair.
Ooh, sorry, there you go. Oh god, Henry Darr, Ideal. That was such a weird. That was a great show. It was weird and fucked up. There's this particular English comedian. It's built around a guy who's a dope dealer. It was very funny and very weird.
My favorite one of that group is Hot Fuzz. I love that movie.
Hot Fuzz.
What did you think of the Cornetto trilogy, Sean? Yeah, no, I'm probably Hot Fuzz as well, actually. Shaun of the Dead is good. Hot Fuzz is probably my favorite. World's End, that wasn't awful, but I think it was a very distinct third out of the three.
Yeah, I kind of love some of the elements. It's like one of the elements I love is that this guy is so good that they have to get rid of him because he's making the rest of the cops look bad.
Yeah, he's working for London Met and he's so effective, he's making everyone else look shit. So they send him to this quiet country town to just get rid of him. And he uncovers some weird fucking cult that's murdering people. Yeah. Nick Frost's character in Hot Fuzz is so funny because he's so obsessed with action movies, and so when like Simon Pegg's doing careers talk to school kids, And he goes, any questions? And Nick Frost is not meant to ask questions because is it true that there's a bit of a man's head, if you shoot him right there, his head explodes?
I like how all of that, every single thing that he says and
Yes.
does in the movie pays off in the end.
Yes.
Everything.
And
Like a
and
head
then-
explodes and fucking they do the point break.
There's-
Firing
there's
into the air.
Point
And
Break, there's Bad Boys. It's so fucking funny. It is so funny.
yeah.
Yeah. And again, bloody Timothy Dalton, aka
Yes.
James Bond, he is so good in that movie.
I think
He is
do you know I
fucking
think
hilarious.
I think he's a really good actor because he can play a really bad guy and he can play a really good guy, both of them really well.
Yeah, no, Timothy Dalton's a great actor. He's a fucking great actor.
Yeah,
He's
it's
very-
it's a shame he was only ever in 2 Bond movies. I think he
Yeah.
could have made half a dozen
Good one.
easily.
Yeah. But yeah, what? Oh God, who remembers him in Flash Gordon though? That was young Timothy Dalton.
Yes.
He was Prince Baron.
Yes,
He
he
was
was.
from the Bird People,
Yeah.
and
Oh.
he was
And
really
he
good.
was also, ironically, we were talking about it earlier. He was the Nazi in the Rocketeer.
Yeah. Oh my God! But he was Errol Flynn in the Rocketeer because Errol Flynn was a fucking Nazi, and he was the bad guy in the Rocketeer, and he had this one fucking killer line when the Rocketeer like punches him, and like you don't have a stunt because he's a film star in the movie The Rocketeer, and it's very much Errol. He's Errol Flynn. He's playing Errol Flynn because Errol Flynn was a fucking Nazi, and so the Rocketeer punches him and says, "You don't have any stuntman here," and he just like wipes his bleeding nose and just punches and like knocks the Rocketeer on his ass and went, "I don't use a stuntman." It was so fucking. There was so much meta Hollywood stuff in the Rocketeer. That's a really underrated movie.
Yeah.
It's
What's
like-
weird is that my brain has just gone to a Star Wars parody, which was Spaceballs. And
Yeah.
there's the bit when they capture the stunt doubles.
Oh, yes, you fool! You captured the stunt doubles. Yeah, the Spaceballs was about 50% good and 50% absolute shit. And some of the stuff was just so labored and so obvious, it was embarrassing. But half of it was very good. It was not a great film. It's like the last good film Mel Brooks did was Young Frankenstein. But here's the thing that weirds me out. A lot of people shit on the thing Jerry Seinfeld did first for the internet and later for Netflix, comedians in cars getting coffee. A lot of people shit on that, and the criticisms are broadly valid, but I tend to really enjoy that sequence, comedians in cars getting coffee, when Jerry just lets the comedian talk, because I love stuff about the craft. I love stuff about how you develop stuff to be funny and whatnot. And when Jerry's able to just let his ego go and let the other person talk, I really enjoy it. And the one thing that I was very interested in, there is one episode where it's Mel Brooks, and Mel Brooks is living with Carl Reiner, and they're like just old friends, old Hollywood comedians who, are in their 80s at this point and have been doing comedy for 60 fucking years. And I don't think Mel Brooks has released a funny movie since the 70s. He's released movies, I just don't think they've been funny, or at least not consistently funny. But the episode that he's in with Jerry Seinfeld, Comedians Cars and Coffee, and you see Mel Brooks and Carl Reiner, and they are firing. And Mel Brooks is funny. Mel Brooks, again, maybe not for the length of a movie, but just to have a conversation and to do a series of one-liners. Mel Brooks, his brain is still there. He's still active and he's funny and he comes up with this shit. And the reason he spends so much time with Carl Reiner is because they've been fucking working together for 60 years. That does my head in, that people could have a friendly and professional relationship that spans more than 5 decades.
Well, I mean, if you think about Red Dwarf, when you had Grant and Naylor, who, were the guys that came up with everything for it.
Yeah.
And then one of them decided he didn't want to do it anymore, and so the other guy did it on his own. And that series wasn't as funny. And I think the reason for that is that when, you know me, I kind of have a sense of humor, but it's a little bit off there. And so if you can imagine sort of I jokingly say I've got an esoteric sense of humor. You get it or you don't, kind of thing. But if I worked with someone else who was different, had a different sense of humor, then I could come out with something and they'd be able to say, actually, no, if we tweak it like this, it will be even more funny or something. So it takes the other one to basically kibosh or promote a joke, or where that joke is going, or where that joke is coming from.
Yeah. And it's funny. Henry's talking about, I kind of think Blazing Saddles was Mel Brooks's high point. And that was the late 70s. That was a long time ago.
Oh my gosh, I'm just remembering something. So I've told you before, I got involved in the Great Debate community, talking about God and religion and stuff like that. And the reason it happened is because I met a street preacher in Manchester.
Yeah.
And then I discovered that he had a YouTube channel, and I watched, and it's like, oh my God, this guy's a lunatic. Because what would happen is he'd make a claim and then he'd get people saying, sorry, Jason, you're wrong because philosophy this, sorry, you're wrong because science that. And rather than him accepting that maybe he should change his argument a bit or something, he went and blamed the people that were calling, that was saying he was wrong. But he made personal attacks against them, including like one who makes videos which is like cartoon type things. And, this Jason Burns character sort of implied that, they should get a criminal record check to make sure they're not like perverts or something, which is what the whole, criminal record check thing. They call it CRB, but I don't think it's called something else now. It's basically, if you want to be a teacher, well, you need to have a criminal record check to make sure you're not a pervert, a sex offender, which makes sense. And so it's like, so he implies that maybe this guy should have a CRB check because he makes cartoons and they could be seen by children.
Yeah.
And in fact, all it's doing is saying, I don't believe this God existence thing makes any sense. It doesn't make any sense to me. Anyway, so what happened was he would then make videos, and they just became really crazy sometimes. Where he'd be like calling someone chicken boy and, just weird, bizarre stuff. And sometimes he'd come out with the weird, the sort of weirdest things to say. He once claimed that he was the best of the best of the best of the best in Christian theologians in the UK ever. And 2 sentences later referred to himself as a humble man. You can't help, you can't help but laugh when you see that stuff.
Yeah.
And, he would put himself on the battlefield and would complain that people were shooting at him, and then come out with these phrases, that just, would be thrown back at him with mirth. Because, and I've told you this before, there's, do you remember when YouTube videos and you could only leave a comment that was like 500 text and you couldn't put a web link or anything like that in there?
Yeah.
Well, about 15 seconds after Google decided you could write pretty much whatever you wanted, that was how long it took for people to start posting ASCII penises all over the place.
Yes. Yes.
So what happened
that was a fun time. Yes.
Yeah. So three
Hey,
people.
I'll be back in a sec. I just have to buzz out for a bit.
Do stuff. Yes.
So so what happened was he makes a video saying, look, I've had all these ASCII, I've had all these penises put on my channel all over the place. And then, and it's like, why? Why would they do this kind of thing?
Yes.
I've had all these penises on my channel all over the place. Loads of them. And this is I'm using his exact phrasing here.
Yes.
And and then he sort of just comes out with this one line, and he said, basically, I've had a tsunami. I've had a tsunami of penises.
A tsunami of penises.
Oh my God! You can't hear. You don't say something like that on the internet. You just don't, unless you're doing a parody. And so I mean, even to the point there was one show, and he watched it because it was an after show thing. Because there were people there he didn't like. I was one of them, ironically. And in that one, the host basically says, "I wish Justin Bieber would get cancer of the dick."
Yes.
And the next day, Jason Burns goes on saying he wants, and he's being facetious, obviously, the other guy. But Jason Burns has taken it absolutely literally and says that, this guy wants him to get penis of the cancer. And it's like, oh my God, didn't you hear yourself speak? And to the point that the kind of bullshit stuff he would come out with, someone did a parody song of Queen's Bohemian Rhapsody, Bohemian Rhapsody.
Yeah.
And at the end of it, the last bit is penis of the cancer. So yeah. Honestly, it's really funny to watch. But oh gosh, it just
Oh dear.
So well, what happened was he decided that he basically had a nervous breakdown after smearing ketchup on his face and arm, and saying how an atheist had thrown a brick through his window, and then later saying he committed suicide. And then after about 20 minutes, half an hour or so, he pulled that, and someone basically got in contact with the police saying, you might want to go and check up on this guy, make sure he's all right. Because as much as he might be a douche, you don't want to see this is obviously someone who is hurting. Annoyingly hurting themselves by basically, being too frail to be on the internet.
Yeah. I do worry about people who actually cannot survive the nasty shit on the internet.
Yeah. Well, the problem is he's the one that acts like the nasty piece of shit because sorry, you're wrong. Yeah. And then he gets upset when people react hostilely, with hostility towards him for doing that.
Yeah.
I mean, fuck me. No. A friend of mine, her son got beaten up because of something he said. That's how bad it was at one point. But anyway, so what happened was Jason decides that he's getting out of the atheist stuff, and he wants to, and he wanted to get a job as a proper vicar in a church or something.
Yeah.
And so he deleted his channel and accused atheists that he'd lost thousands of ones because of the atheists. He was the one that pressed the delete button, but and well, then he got annoyed because what had happened was he would make a claim lying about someone, and then and then someone would respond, and then he'd delete the video and said he'd never said that. So because of his lying, someone had an algorithm, whatever you call it, a bot that as soon as he made a video, as soon as he released a video, it would be mirrored and put on a different channel, which he didn't have control of. And so there was just so much stupid shit on there that every time you, every time you saw his name, you could find this awful stuff.
Yep. Sorry, I'm just saying good night to Kirsten.
Good night,
Can
Kirsten.
wash your hair in the morning.
Good night, Kirsten.
I don't know. So, yes, good night.
I mean, I'll give you an example of how bad it was. You could you could do a Google search under dishonest cunt, and the first 5 were him.
Sorry, that tickles me. That's fucking brilliant.
I think it's because it came from me, because I don't use that word very often.
I know, but it's pretty goddamn funny. That is,
yeah.
That is a brilliant line. I fucking love that. Sorry, I also noticed coming into the chat.
Anyway,
sorry.
I just want to finish this off because it's a funny little story. I'm getting to the end now. So what happened was he got really triggered by all these videos there that he made a video. There's a guy who's been on the Great Debate type stuff called Thunderfoot. I don't know if you've ever heard of him before. He's quite popular.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So he made a series of videos saying that Thunderfoot and Richard Dawkins and other people need to get that channel removed because he can't move on. He can't become a preacher because when you look up his name, you automatically find this stuff, him being a lunatic, as well as all the other stuff being academic and scholarly by, plagiarizing other people's stuff.
Yeah.
But he's like you've got 24 hours Thunderfoot to get that channel down. And if you don't do that, then I'll make thousands of videos about atheism. That'll show you, kind of thing. And the thing about it is exactly the same as. Do you remember the Blazing Saddles thing, which is how I'm getting to the Blazing Saddles?
We're tying this back to Blazing Saddles. Yes,
exactly. Okay. So do you remember the bit in that movie where he's got loads of guns? The black sheriff, has got a load of guns pointing at him, and he takes his gun and sticks it in his throat and saying, "Put the guns down," or the N-word gets it.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Help me, help me." He takes himself hostage.
Yes.
And it's like, this is exactly what Jason Burns is doing. If you don't get this channel down that shows examples of me being an arsehole, I'll make thousands of videos of me being an arsehole.
Yeah. No, I've seen that. I've seen variations of that so many times. And I've always translated it as "nobody move or the idiot gets it." And then people, you're right. People do this shit all the time.
Yeah.
Sorry. Also, I feel compelled to say hi to Okobso. That's where I know you're taking the piss. You bring up crypto, saying that I know you're taking the piss. But it's fine. And will crypto disappear completely, or will it rebound? Who fucking knows? It's having a bad time at the moment. But it's over its life. It's had bad times. Maybe it'll bounce back again, because you look at the history of crypto. It's like, it's going up, crash. It's gone forever. Oh no, now it's going up and it's way higher, crash. But not as low as the last crash. And people say it's gone forever. Then it goes up and up and up and again, and then it crashes, but not as low as the last crash. So, but at some point, I have to admit I have a bit of affinity with the people who say it's a scam, and maybe this is the final crash. Maybe it's not. Who fucking knows? The world is a strange, mysterious place. Abigail, you have news?
I sent you a text message.
Oh, did you? Where's my phone?
Did.
Sorry.
Did you eat it again?
Possibly.
Or did
I made
you
another.
Mix it in a cocktail.
No, I did. I made another cocktail from the PDP book. This one's called a water lily. It's equal parts gin, violet liqueur, Cointreau, and lemon juice.
So
And
was
it
that
is
was that violet liqueur or violet?
violet? No, well, violent liqueur, violet liqueur. It's really good.
I'm just sort of, my head was thinking, did he say violet or violent?
Oh, you reminded me because I'm a Neil Gaiman fanboy from way back, and one of the comics / graphic novels he published with Dave McKean back in the 90s. Dave McKean was the artist who did very interesting and trippy art styles. There's one called Violent Cases, and it's a really interesting book, and it's like narrated by a kid who's a very unreliable narrator, but he is kind of obsessed with reading old gangster stories, and as that thing that was in some gangster movies in the mid 20th century where the gangsters hid a Tommy gun in a violin case.
Oh gosh.
And the kid sort of translates that as violent cases. He talks about the gangsters and violent cases, and it's all tied in with another guy and someone who possibly has mentioned us. If you get a chance to read it, graphic novel from the 90s called Violent Cases, Neil Gaiman and Dave McKean. It's very good. I think it's in a box somewhere at the moment. All my old comics and graphic novels are in a box somewhere in this house. I haven't unpacked them since moving into this house, but it's very good. Henry Darr, Dave Chappelle is a fucking liar. On top of everything else, Dave Chappelle is a dishonest person. Because when he tries to justify shit he's done, he lies about what he said in the past. And that bugs me. Dave Chappelle, 10 years ago, I would have said Dave Chappelle was the best comedian in the world, no doubt. But then he just fucking went on this weird fucking angle. Sorry.
There was a thing that happened a few months ago where the BBC had like a top 100 British novelists or something, and the TERFs were upset that J.K. Rowling wasn't on that list. And it's like, she made some kids' books.
Her writing is not very good. It was very successful. It was very popular.
And that's the thing. Popularity doesn't make something good.
Yeah. And sorry.
Let's think of a movie that, was really popular, but actually isn't very good.
Yeah.
Probably 2/3 of anything made by, what's it called? Armageddon, blow things up a lot.
I know who you mean.
Oh,
I've forgotten his name. Damn it.
Yep.
We've all forgotten it, but we all know who we're
The
talking
auteur,
about.
yeah.
Who makes stuff blow up, yeah. So I was like this thing from Okob, so
Michael
yes,
Bay. Thank you, Megalich.
Michael Bay, yes.
Michael Bay,
you are correct. People often underestimate the impact of new technology or new technological things. That's why I'm not saying anything all-encompassing about crypto. And that's why I made the point that it's like, you look at the growth in the supposed value of crypto, it hits high points and then it crashes, and then it hits a new high point and crashes, but the crash is not as bad as the last crash. The crash is still higher than the previous high point, and then it goes up again and it crashes again, but the crash is higher than the previous high point. This particular crash, and it's funny sometimes in the media, because the traditional media is very keen to say, crypto is a bad thing because it's against the establishment, but they say, oh, it's hit its lowest point for 2 years. Like, that's a huge, like, 2 years? I mean, so it's still worth more than it was 3 years ago? I mean, for fuck's sake. again, I don't know. This crash could be the final crash for crypto, and it could die, or it could bounce back again. I don't know. I'm not an expert.
The only good thing for these things crashing means that there isn't so much of a problem getting graphics cards.
Graphics cards. Oh my god, how fucking frustrating was that? Where we had several decades of hardware getting cheaper and cheaper, and then crypto mining made hardware really fucking expensive and hard to get.
Mm.
Yeah, crypto can go die in a fucking hole. I want my graphics cards.
Yeah, Heine, I am watching crap.
I actually got into it a little bit. I had a friend in America who was really into it, and he had a great deal. I mean, it was really good. He had I think he had about 15 of them running, and he was earning a lot of money out of it. He wasn't using Bitcoin because that was expensive to try and do. And what you had these kind of like collectives where you'd all work to try and get it, and everybody put into the same pot. And of course, as you got little bits and they got little bits, it would all go into the same pot, and then it'd be divided.
Yeah, that's
with everybody.
That's how you would mine Ethereum in groups like that.
Yeah. So what happened was my friend, he had a really great deal on the electricity company, so he had a fixed limit for a year, and so as a result, he could use as much as he want, and so he bought me a machine and the power supply for it, and had it shipped to me. All I had to do was use it, and everything it made extra. Everything it made, he got 50% of it, which was a great deal for me because, it was going to be about £800 a month, which was brilliant. And just by the time I got it, the price was falling down a lot. And so it was you might get like £15 to £20 out of it a month or a week, sorry. But the problem is that it was a pain in the ass to use because it was really noisy. Imagine working at an airport and having propeller airplanes outside your window. It was that kind.
Oh yeah.
Did you read that text message I sent you?
Sorry, I'm not sure it came through. Let me double check.
Huh.
Oh no, because we've passed 10 o'clock. I set my phone to do not disturb. Oh, it's come through. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. So my phone won't ding because this is the thing that happened earlier in the night that I said I haven't had my phone on do not disturb for ages. I think I should do it again. And this is just from getting COVID test results texting me post midnight, and because I've had two COVID tests in the last week or so, and one texted me just after midnight, and then one texted me just after 2 a.m. and both of which.
Why would you check it though? Why would you not just ignore it?
It went ding and woke me up.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't on silent. It wasn't on.
Okay.
So I've just switched it back to be on silent. So
fair enough.
Henry Dudd, does anyone understand blockchain? I don't know.
Yes, we understand blockchain.
Yeah, because we're fucking smart.
I just want to finish.
We're all nerds here.
I just want to finish off the last teeny bit of my story. It's nearly done.
Yep.
Okay. On that, I'm gonna head off. Or at least I'm just gonna zone out. For a bit.
And that's fine. Reboot the batteries, the spoons, whatevs.
Yep. So I'm just gonna
new spoon delivery tomorrow morning. Anyway, so like I say, it was super loud, so I had to have the kitchen door closed all the time because of how noisy it was. It was like a all the time, and the heat out of this damn thing was crazy. Yeah. You know that thing when you open the oven door after doing pizza or cooking or whatever, and you get that
Yes.
wave of heat washing through you.
Yes.
That was what it was like, opening the kitchen door to the noise as well. You know, honestly, it was just so bad. So ultimately, I used it for about 2 weeks, and I got about 27 quid for it. You know, and it's like, yeah, it's just not worth it for that.
Yeah. No. Again, I wish if I could go back in time, I would go back to like the launch of Bitcoin and go, dude, just fucking do it. Do it. Set something up. Get a couple of Bitcoins. Just do it. Just do it. And it will, because you'll get it in the early stages, you'll get it for next to nothing. And despite all the peaks and crashes, if you get in early, you'll make out like a fucking bandit down the line. It's like, but now is a whole different thing. It is actually distinctly possible. The main cryptos could collapse close to completely, or they could bounce back like they have multiple times over the last decade. I don't know. I'm predicting the future. I don't even pretend to be able to predict the future.
Yeah.
But yeah.
The time machine would be great, wouldn't it? Yeah, I'll just buy 1,000. It'll cost me, 45 quid or something, for 1,000. And, then you just wait for 3 years.
But what's funny, and this was a plot device in the TV show Silicon Valley, but this happened multiple times. People who got into Bitcoin particularly early and mined it on a PC. So the relevant code was on the hard drive of that PC. And then someone kind of threw out that PC because they thought it was an old PC. They replaced it. And then a year or so later, they realized, wait, there was code on that hard drive that's now worth millions of dollars because it was about Bitcoin. And I threw it out because I thought it was pointless. But now a year later, I realize it's now worth millions of dollars. That actually happened multiple times to people who tried to recover hard drives because the hard drive had the code on it that was, in Bitcoin terms, worth millions of dollars. And it's
I never actually cashed out that £27.
Okay.
So I've got back then. I've got 0.000029 Bitcoin. I don't know what that's worth now. I'm gonna have a look.
Yeah. It's weird. Crypto is weird. And again, it might bounce back and it might be a good thing again in a couple of years. It is always possible it could collapse completely and be worth absolutely nothing. But again, the entire international economic model is smoke and mirrors. It's wishful thinking and imagination as opposed to any real actual value. So yeah, no.
And it's still worth £17,205 for one Bitcoin. So it's still worth quite a lot, but of course, I think it's worth £59.
Yeah, Henry. Yes, Abigail's off conserving spoons. Abigail knows it's Friday, but she's off conserving spoons. She might be back later. Oh, Safa, that's an excellent question. Laura, as someone living in the UK, how are you feeling about the train strikes that are happening?
So I am in favour of them striking, and I'm just hoping that it's not going to affect me on the 26th of January. Of July.
it should be sorted by the 26th of July, surely.
You'd think so, but who knows? What's been really interesting is that I've got a model railway show, happening on the 26th.
Yeah.
And it would be a pain in the ass if I had to travel down to Birmingham, not using trains. But the one of the things that's been interesting is that this strike has had so little effect by comparison with other ones that even the traffic didn't really go up very, very much. So, do you remember I showed you that there was the picture that someone blamed that there was traffic congestion because of cycling, and it turned out, and there's like, what are you hiding? And then I discovered that wasn't due to a cycle thing at all, because it happened 5 years ago. Wrong goal. But so normally what happens is when there's a tube strike or a train strike or whatever, everybody ends up having to commute into the city or towns in their car instead, which suddenly you've got loads and loads and loads of congestion.
Yeah.
Didn't happen, because what happened was so many of the people who had to work from home thanks to COVID just went to that method on those days. So for Tuesday and Thursday, it wasn't a problem because people worked from home.
Yeah.
Now, I'm fortunate when it comes to going to Manchester. I live right outside of where I live. There's a couple of bus stops, so 2 different bus routes to get into the city. And I've got the trains, 2 train lines, sort of roughly equal distance from where I am anyway. And then I've got the trams that go into the city as well. So I'm really actually doing quite well. Oh, and I've got aeroplanes that fly by on the Heathrow on the route into Manchester Airport as well. So, yeah, for public transport, I do quite well. This is the reason why I don't drive a car, because I don't need one.
Okay.
The nice thing about the train is I can take my beautiful pink bike and ride in the city.
It is nice.
So I just go to the bus stop outside, get on the bike, ride down to my local station, and then it's a 12-minute journey into the city, and then I can ride to the multiple places I might want to go rather than having to walk all that distance.
Yeah.
But I shall be having a cocktail later today.
Oh, nice.
So today,
I just found a cocktail I want to make now, but yeah.
Today should have been my second laser hair removal session, but unfortunately, they had to cancel on me. Apparently, all the lasers are down.
Shit. Sorry.
Well, the good thing is I didn't hear smashing noise. Only clattering.
No, that was all metal. So nothing was going to smash. It was my metal shaker for some reason decided to fall. I don't feel like I knocked it over. I feel like it spontaneously decided to fall over.
Yes.
That
sounds like the Jason Burns thing isn't responsible for his own calamity.
Yeah, I don't feel like I was responsible for what happened just then. It just spontaneously happened. That's my view. Okay, I'm going to make another drink in my glass. Which
I was saying I'm going to go. My thing was cancelled, and then I was going to meeting up my friend for some drinks and chat afterwards. And so I've decided that I'm going to go into the city for the drinks and chat, but not the laser hair removal because I couldn't. So I am going to try out. I forgot what the name of it was. It was the cherry. It tastes like cherry Bakewells.
Oh yeah.
I forgot what the name of it was. So I'm going to try that one today.
There are a few cocktails that try to recreate the cherry Bakewell taste.
Let's have a look.
Right. Putting some stuff away. Get the apple brandy out. Putting this up here. Oh, I'm just getting organized. Okay, what things do I want to get out here? I'm making a cocktail called the Nth Degree.
Oh,
So
amaretto.
Rum and green chartreuse. Okay.
Amaretto was the one that I was thinking of.
Amaretto is pretty good. That's an almond-based liqueur.
Yeah. Amaretto, raspberry, lime juice. That's what.
Oh, wow.
Cherry Bakewell.
Yeah, because a cherry bakewell is an almond dessert. So amaretto is what you'd put in a cocktail because that's an almond-based liqueur. So you get a good approximation of a cherry bakewell. Let's go. Okay, so the Nth Degree. We want rum, apple brandy, green chartreuse, sugar syrup. I knew I wanted something out of the fridge. My dark sugar syrup. Okay. Okay, that's the thing. Henry's saying make a mojito. Dude, there is some actual mint just sort of out the back there. I am not together enough to fucking muddle up some mint in a cocktail and make a mojito. A good mojito is fucking amazing. So 1 ounce rum, 1 ounce brandy, half an ounce chartreuse, and some sugar syrup. Okay. Sorry, what?
My speedy news.
2 dashes of bitters. Okay.
My speedy news is that my my doctor's surgery has said yes, you can have the extra HRT gel.
Okay. Well, that's good.
I shall be able. Normally, it takes them 2 days to make these decisions. They've done it in about 3 hours. So
okay. Well, that's good.
That's it. That's cool.
We like that.
In fact, no, it's about hour and 3/4. Actually, it took.
All right.
But now here's a question for you.
Yes.
And I find it somewhat disappointing. Traumatic is too strong a word, but it's a bit depressing almost.
But not good. Not good is what I say.
So when you go and you have one of these, what's your birthday? Or what year were you born on whatever form? And you've got the scroll thing where you scroll it down. And it's like, do you get as depressed as me when it comes to having to scroll down a lot more to find the number?
How far you have to scroll back?
Yeah.
Because I have to scroll back further than you.
Yeah. It's like, do you get the same thing? It's like, every time it's just
it's not great. It's not great.
Yeah. Why can't it be like Vulcans where age equals wisdom? I know. Because Prince Charles exists. Because Donald Trump exists.
Yeah. It's not
Boris
universal.
Johnson exists.
A lot of people do not pick up wisdom as they age. I like to think I picked up at least some insight as I age. Henry, what are we doing?
Although some people are a bit like Adolf Hitler, they kind of become a bit more right wing as they get older.
Yeah, there was.
I was expecting more of a laugh to that joke.
No, I'm just down with it. I saw a meme which I thought was pretty good. It started off with some, I don't know, idiot conservative fuckwit saying art before World War II and art after World War II. And their art before World War II was very representational, traditional art. And the art after World War II was abstract art. And the original poster was clearly saying, oh, we used to just be doing art and it was real and stuff. Now everything's weird and stupid. But then someone else commented, was like, yeah, we're just making sure everyone gets to go to art school now because World War II and Hitler and the whole not getting to art school thing. We just want everyone to go to art school. So it started off with
I've never heard that. I've never heard that explanation for it.
For modern art. I thought it was funny because it started off with some pathetic conservative idiot going like abstract art is bad, but then someone just went, no, it's just because we want everyone to go to art school now. I just thought that was really funny. Again, it's the classic dark humor. It's like, yes, it's not strictly speaking true, but you can sort of make up this story that Hitler became a political demagogue because he failed in art school. So now we don't want anyone to fail in art school because that just leads to very bad outcomes.
What's interesting, and I'm not suggesting the guy's a good guy, but one of the things that's really interesting is how Hitler was actually really quite brave when it came to his service in World War One. He was a courier, and it was one of the most dangerous. Oh,
he literally served as a soldier again, because again, you get modern conservatives who've never done anything in their lives. Hitler did actually put himself in harm's way in World War One. That is an actual real thing.
And those kind of people, the nearest they've got to putting themselves in danger was ordering a pizza from the only pizza shop that was open after 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah,
and it only having 2-star rating.
And I mean this with absolute truth. Modern conservatives do not have the integrity of Hitler. And Hitler's fucking shit. Hitler's the worst. Modern conservatives don't even have Hitler's level of fucking sincerity and consistency. I just like, in that incredibly low bar, are you better than Hitler? Modern conservative demagogues fail that test. It's like, no, you actually suck worse than Hitler because you've never put yourself on the line for anything. Sorry, Henry, I love that. I triggered your phone. You don't understand that.
I had the opportunity to sort of say something amusing but confusing to someone this week.
Yeah.
When I made an appointment for something, and I was like, I'd like to make an appointment for an eye test. And no response was, and you are? And I said, fine, thank you.
Sorry, I'm just saying. Oh, I have it. Man, that's really rich. This cocktail is called the Nth Degree. And although there's only like half an ounce of it, the dominant taste is the dark sugar syrup I put in it. It's got rum and apple brandy. Well, it's got a rum alcohol, a white rum. It's very high. 55%. That's reasonably high proof, I guess. And the apple brandy this is a Tasmanian apple brandy, 42% alcohol, and it's got a little bit of green chartreuse, which is 55%. So this is pretty goddamn boozy. So it's basically got 55%, 40%, 55%, and a little bit of sugar syrup. So, I'm just getting drunk.
Unless anyone has any more science questions for me, I have to check out.
Oh, does anyone have science questions? Because I loved when we were doing science shit. And even if you're going to dip out, Abigail, I was just remembering from a couple of weeks ago, because you tend to watch the Star Trek Strange New Worlds episodes at least a day or two prior to I do, and you referenced, this week's one's a bit lightweight, then there's some what? Hijinks. And I thought you were just saying that, and then I watched it and I go, no, it's literally hijinks. Spock refers to
Hijinks was referenced. Have you seen the latest episode?
I'll probably watch that either tomorrow or Sunday. I haven't watched the latest episode yet.
It's a bit of a fairy tale, that one.
Yeah, and no, you're not the only one. Other people I'm friends with on social media have been calling that like the most Star Trek since anyone's Star Trek.
Yeah.
It's like
Yes.
again, I was watching. Heidi, it might have been you who just went like, I watched the first episode and didn't watch any more. I said, dude, I do not understand that. I don't
Yeah.
understand that at all. And I love the sort of saga-ish. And we've had over the years we've had conversations about Discovery. Different
Yes.
seasons have been better, but I do actually enjoy the saga-ish, tell a story over an entire season stuff.
Oh yeah, the serialized storytelling. I enjoy that too.
I enjoy that too.
Absolutely.
But
Now,
Has its place.
I got to ask a question here because the last couple of weeks, you've sort of said, "Oh, did you watch the new one?" I'm not going to give any spoilers, but it's like really good, and something. And I watched it, and I'm thinking, yeah, it was good, but it's almost like I'm waiting for something that feeds back to other stuff, and I'm not really catching that. Maybe I don't know what I'm looking at.
Different people are going to do different stuff, but I actually love the contrast of Strange New Worlds being literally episodic. It's completely self-contained, episode to episode. It's the same characters, and they're developing.
And there's like overarching character development as the show progresses.
Yeah. Also,
And
I love
there are certain storylines that do progress, but each episode is episodic.
Yeah. I also love the fact they've never addressed the pilot. I don't know what her role is with the super dyke haircut, and no one's ever commented she has
the helm.
Yeah, the one who does helm, who's the pilot, is the navigator.
The pilot.
And she has this super dyke haircut, and no one has ever referenced. Eventually, she's clearly going to be. She either has a partner or she's just going to hit on another woman. But it's like she has this super dyke haircut, and no one has ever, because it's just like, we just accept it. We're this whole thing, and
you know what? Oh my gosh!
Nurse.
Oh, sorry. Go.
Nurse Chapel has.
He's hilarious.
Mentioned.
Right.
Oh yeah, has mentioned just like in passing, dated this woman in the past.
Yeah,
and I love how she has a crush on Spock, because that's totally canon.
Yes.
In the original series, way back in the 60s, she had a crush on Spock.
Yes.
So
it's really good.
Bringing that is just.
I love
Nurse Chapel's great.
I agree. I love.
Yes.
That. She kicks
and
ass
this version of Nurse Chapel is amazing.
Yeah,
she's very good.
Yes.
One of the things that made me chuckle, was when I saw on Twitter people getting upset that Star Trek was woke.
Oh my God.
Like
it's always been woke.
Without telling me you've never watched Star Trek.
Yeah.
Ironically, that's exactly what happened. You had people say, someone's reply to that was, make a tweet saying you've never watched Star Trek without saying you've never watched Star Trek.
Yeah.
And that
the same thing with Star Wars, where the Empire was an obvious analogy for Nazis. Doctor Who, like if the Doctor had a business card, it would say social justice warrior. And you get these fuckwits go, this is so. It's like, dude, since episode fucking 1, just say you've never actually watched it and fuck off. Honestly, it's ridiculous.
Anyway, I have to check out. I'm so low on spoons. I'm still recovering from last weekend. To be honest.
Oh my God! For those who don't know, Dr. Abigail did all this physical labor helping to put together the outdoor heater, the fucking marquee we had out there, and then just staying up with me past 1 a.m. Wrangling fucking 20-somethings. Again,
Wait a minute. Are you
Oh,
suggesting
and
that
fucking and
Abigail, I
Brittany
want
dealing with Brittany.
Abigail,
Brittany.
I want to know where you managed to find, a group of mostly Bajoran militia, terrorists. The Marquis.
What do you
had a
mean?
Marquis.
The
Ah,
Marquis,
uh-huh.
Haha.
They weren't just Bajoran. They were ex-Federation citizens. They were,
Yeah.
there were humans. There was Bajoran, Vulcan.
Yeah, they were
I'm
good.
sure there was the odd Klingon in there. Anyway, live long and
No,
prosper,
Abigail,
everyone.
thank you so much for hanging
Take
out with
care.
us.
I'm doing
Yep.
And
it as well.
Henry,
Take care.
sorry, yep, night, Abigail. Henry, you've brought this up before, the Doctor Who episode with Vincent.
Hang on.
Dude,
Sorry. Hang on.
I
Just
love
put
that.
that back up again.
Yeah.
Now the question is, who's angry? Are you angry or is Doctor Who angry?
Oh God, that one episode, A Good Man Goes to War. I loved Matt Smith at Doctor Who because most of the time he was very childlike and silly, but occasionally stuff would push him past his tolerance and he would just be hard as fucking nails. And that's when Matt Smith really came into his own, where he was like, fuck all of you, I'm going to do a thing. But Henry's thing, the Vincent episode, if I want to have a good cry, it's on YouTube. You just find that little bit where the Doctor and Amy take Vincent to sort of our time zone to an exhibition at a major London exhibition of Vincent van Gogh's work. It's oh my God, it fucking rips my heart out when the curator talks about Vincent van Gogh being not just the most significant artist of the 20th century, but possibly one of the most significant artists ever. And Vincent feeling vindication for all his torture and whatnot, that what he was trying to communicate actually reaches people. And holy fucking shit. Everyone involved in that scene does it so well. And I have to admit, I also love, because there's a thing like when Amy met Vincent, she wanted to save him, but basically like severe mental health challenges aren't that simple. They do take Vincent into the future to have him see someone acclaim his art and vindicate everything he did. And Amy kind of thought that meant she had changed history and Vincent wouldn't die from suicide. But it's not that simple. They did give Vincent that one moment of joy and love and vindication, but chronic mental health problems and depression aren't that simple. Like Amy thought she'd solved it, and the Doctor tries to say, it's not that easy. So yeah, despite the fact Vincent did get that moment of vindication, the mental health challenges were still too much for him. And I really appreciated that. I appreciated that they gave Vincent the moment of vindication, but it was not enough to overcome his profound mental health challenges. And Amy thought she had made a happy ending, and the Doctor's just saying to her, it doesn't really work like that.
I have a kind of an entertaining, and it's a politicians are our souls territory thing. So
they are, yeah.
So Tory MP Nick Fletcher has doubled down on his anti-trans view that trans kids are going through a phase.
Yeah.
And this is a quote for him. in his childhood, some girls were tomboys and some were young boys that liked the company more of girls.
And again,
So
you know what?
Therefore, trans isn't a thing, you know. They're just going through a phase.
Again, I have friends who are butch lesbians. They're not trans. They are women who are butch. They are cis women who are butch lesbians. They're not trans. It is different. Being a lesbian is not. Oh my God.
I know.
Fuck.
But here's the entertaining bit, because this is the same MP that basically went on Twitter and said how, when Jodie Whittaker became Doctor Who, he complained that there aren't any good role models for men in the media. And the quote is, where is it? Everywhere, not least with the cultural sphere, it seems that there's a call from the tiny vocal minority that every male character or good role model must have a female replacement. One only needs to look at the discussions about who will play the next James Bond. In recent years, we've seen Doctor Who, Ghostbusters, and Luke Skywalker all replaced by women. It's like James Bond. So he's talking about good role models.
Ugh.
James Bond is a government thug.
I know, James Bond is actually fucked.
In fact, if there's any Bond actor that has done the best Bond, it's Daniel Craig, because
Daniel Craig fucking rocks.
He does a really good government thug.
No, he's really good. I think his first movie, Casino Royale, was extremely good. Kind of the next two were meh, and then the fourth one was good. I haven't seen his last one. But again, I remember there's things when not his most recent one, because I still haven't seen it, but the one before, where he has a thing with the Italian actress. I figure, but she is actually older than Daniel Craig. And I remember there was a press junket where someone asked Daniel Craig a question like, is that kind of lame that he has this thing with a woman who's older rather than a woman who's younger? And Daniel Craig was like, what's her name? It was Monica Bellucci, and it's like, and Daniel Craig is like, she's one of the most beautiful women in the world. It is literally irrelevant that she's older than me. She's fucking astonishing. She's fucking gorgeous. And he's basically saying to the media person who asked him this question, what the fuck is wrong with you? And it's like, this is not Bond having a thing with a woman who's older than him. This is Bond having a thing with a woman who's fucking stunning. Who's fucking gorgeous. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why are you asking this question? You idiot. No. Jesus.
Well, this MP, you know, his reaction to, they're all being replaced by women is it any wonder we see so many young men committing crime?
Oh my God. What?
It's like, Tory politician out of touch.
Yeah. Henry, in the chat, Henry Dar. Yes. If you want to have a good cry, watch. It's on YouTube. You can just get that little clip of when Vincent gets taken to the art exhibition. It fucking tears me up every time. It's beautifully done. It is beautifully done. It's just the fucking suffering. The suffering of Vincent is captured perfectly, just with the curator at the exhibition talking about how important Van Gogh is. And Vincent, who felt so alone his whole life because he never really sold any of his whole life. And to find out that, years after his death, he's acknowledged as possibly the most significant artist of the 20th century. It's absolutely fucking amazing.
Talking about
and
semi-art, it's not art as such, but it's an annoying thing. So
Yeah.
I got one of those like Pritt stick things. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Sorry, what are you saying?
A Pritt stick. Do you know what those are?
What is that?
It's like a glue tube, and you just rub it on things. It's got like a telescopic thing at the bottom, so you can push out more of it. A bit like a lipstick, but it's glue.
Yeah. Oh, glue stick. Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah.
Glue stick, right? Okay, I should have just said
Yeah.
glue stick. So I'm kind of annoyed because I bought one a couple of days ago to some war game stuff. I've made some cards, but I don't have a printer, so I had to use the library, and they won't print out on card, even if I buy the card. So I had to glue paper to the card. So I used a Pritt stick to do it, and it is done quite well. But what I did was I used about maybe 3/4 of a centimeter to do it, and then I just rotated backwards to see how far down it will go. And despite it going about 4.5 centimeters, there's less than 2 centimeters worth of glue.
Yeah.
And it's like, you bastards. You give me this big, this big thing, and actually it's got a tiny amount. It's like buying a packet of crisps, you get a big bag, but it's all it's mostly air. And at the bottom you've only got a little bit, Do you get mini eggs? At Easter you might get these little mini eggs. They're like crispy on there. Think like Skittles, but a bit more. More. Oh, crikey, what do you call them? Smarties. You know Smarties, right?
Yeah.
So imagine Smarties, but they're egg shaped and bit big, and mini eggs. And it's like they charge you a lot of money for them, but you only get a small amount in the packet, and it's like it just feels like you're being cheated.
Yeah.
Why sell small amount of something in a big box? I'm sorry. I'm, modern outrage.
That is a modern outrage.
Stupid minor things that shouldn't really matter.
Yeah, but again, a few years ago, sweeties and chocolates and stuff were better, and now. So okay, Henry's actually asking Netflix shows. I am okay, Henry. I'm going to throw out Ozark. If you never, that's very dark drama. Ozark. If you never watched it. The Umbrella Academy, the most recent. There's a new season of the Umbrella Academy. I have not watched the new stuff, but I've watched the previous seasons. Umbrella Academy is good. It was a comic. And this is weird. Okay, it was a comic. The writer was Gerard Way from an emo band. But yeah, I think Umbrella Academy is quite good. I haven't watched the new stuff yet.
I started watching the first season. I'm probably about 3 episodes in, but I haven't got, never really got into it. I've still got them. I just haven't got around to watching them.
Yeah.
But Elliot Page is in it and has now transitioned. And so apparently they, Elliot is pleased that the way that they handled the transition was good.
Yep.
So
Holy shit. I was thinking about this today because there are a number of trans actors, both trans men and trans women out there. Holy shit, it has got to be fucking challenging for them just with like body dysphoria that they have a body of pre-transition work out there.
Yeah.
Fuck, that's got to be tough for them. And
it's not only that though, it's the element of the dysphoria because this is who are they're presenting themselves as this, but that's
Yes.
not who they are. Actually, do you know what? As I was thinking those words, I'm thinking, actually, I can understand how a trans person would get their head around it. Because if you think about it, it's not them anyway. It's some character that they
They're
are acting out.
They're acting. Yeah.
So
And
having their body of work will just be them as an actor
yeah.
acting a role. And so it's just that's just a library of stuff that roles that I have acted. But that's not who I am. And of course, if you think about it, isn't that the exact same for all, actors? I mean, this is exactly the thing that we've talked about. Don't have heroes, because then you find out they're assholes or whatever. If I think about, Mel Gibson.
Oh God!
Right, there's a perfect example. Okay, now the thing is, the characters that he plays in the movie, by and large, are not complete arseholes. They're actually heroes, and whatever. And so that's not who Mel Gibson is. That's who the characters he played are.
Yeah.
So yeah, I doubt. I don't know. Just like I say, I'd be curious to find out. But it's just these are roles I acted. And the thing is, if I just look at myself, I've got a bunch of YouTube videos. And I haven't deleted all the old ones with me showing my face in them, because that's still me, and the things that I'm saying I still believe. But I was just withholding some of the facts about me that nobody else knew.
Yep, absolutely.
So I'm not ashamed or afraid of my old stuff. And if I say something outrageous enough on on Twitter, and an army of TERFs decide that they're going to troll me or whatever, and they go to my old thing and say, "Oh, you look like a man," oh, it's like, well, yeah, that's how I was pretending to be at the time. And I don't care. I spent 19 years caring what other people thought of me, and now I don't give a shit. Someone said this once, and I thought it was a great approach to take. And it's not just trans stuff; you can use it for anything. And it comes down to: do they put clothes on your back, food in your stomach, a roof over your head? If the answer is no, well, I'm just going to quote the dude and say, well, yeah, that's just your opinion, man.
Yeah, that's just your opinion, man. Absolutely. Again, it is very weird and very complex, and just do what you can. Do what you can. It just, the whole thing gets incredibly fucking weird. I love this thing from Henry. Aren't we all acting? Yes, we absolutely are. Day to day, moment to moment, we are all acting a particular role. It might be close to who we really are. It might be wholly who we really are. It might be a complete mask we're putting on to integrate into the mainstream of society. It's like a spectrum of how close is what I represent to the world to who I feel I really am inside. And again, me, cis-het white male, who I project out into the world, is very close to who I feel I am inside. But if you shift those sliders, the white, male, cis, heterosexual, if you shift any of those, for a lot of people, then you get a lot of variation from what they project to what they feel inside. But even for me, there is a difference between what I project and what other people perceive and what I feel I am in here. But the variation is much smaller than it is for other people. And I acknowledge that. Fuck, I have it fucking easy, basically. It's just the way it is.
Yeah, I mean, I was projecting myself as a different person, you know, because that's what made everybody else comfortable around me.
And yes, that's a huge thing. That when we look at what's going to make everyone else comfortable, and again, even as a cishet white male, I go, okay, this is what I feel me to be. What will make everyone else comfortable if I project it out? And I'll mutate and adapt to that. But everything you change from cis, het, white male makes what you project much more complicated. And I know that. My life's not flawless. My life is not universally easy, but I love references to computer games. It's like playing life as cishet white male is playing the game of life on the easiest setting. It doesn't guarantee you're going to win. It doesn't guarantee everything's going to go your way, but everything you change from cis, het, white male will make it just that much more difficult. Nettie, you're going now? Going sleepy bye-byes, Nettie?
Oh, bye-bye.
Good night,
it's actually funny enough because one of the my Discord has been flickering away because part of a group that I'm in.
Oh yeah.
And I turned on and nobody has sort of said, "Hey, you coming?" You know, what was it? Are you planning to make an appearance in the live stream? And you know, Nettie has done it for the last couple of weeks before as well. So it's like, oh, it's nice to know that, you know, why is Laura not here yet? Maybe there's something wrong. Let me check in. It's nice to have friends.
It is.
Yeah, it's this is the reason why this is the normal highlight of my week.
Yep, and this is the whole thing when it's kind of like people who've known me from YouTube forever. It's like, okay, I literally stopped trying to be a YouTube star 5 or 10 years ago. Since then, I've just been doing this for fun and to interact with it. And certainly the last 2.5 years, like COVID, as I've just been doing these hangouts because it's like, the world's weird and fucked up, isn't it? We should just hang together to maintain our sanity and sense of self because the world's gone super fucking weird.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, I don't want to be a YouTube star. I don't want to be an influencer. But if I've built stuff up to the point I can hang out with people and we can support each other and we can just chill and have fun, it's like, oh, that's good. I'm fine with that. That's all I want. So yeah, we do semi-regularly get someone who pop into the streams and go, oh, I watched you back forever. And it's like, well, cool. But I stopped trying to be a YouTube star or an influencer or an internet personality years ago. This shit now, this is just for us, our collective sanity, because the world has gone so fucking weird and so fucked up that I just wanted to hang out and chill with people so we could support one another, basically.
I'm gratified you invited me into your club, as it were.
Yeah, no, Laura. And again, love having you here. love again the people who come on stream like on camera or whatever. People are just in chat. And
I'm sorry. I just my brain went to the gutter to basically insult AZ again. Which
Yes,
is,
let's
you know,
do
it's
it.
like it's okay when he's at home, but when he comes over, you know that whole thing with COVID where you go to somewhere and right after they have to go over it with a cleaning cloth to get rid of the germs that could be there. You know,
Yes.
it's like but when AZ comes around, we have to, you know, do like really thorough cleaning.
Yes.
Out with
AZ
the
is
bleach.
deep clean. Yeah,
Yeah.
no. AZ
You know,
is
it's not enough we get bleach. We need full on ammonia.
Yeah, no. We need to spritz the bleach and have a disinfectant cloth and all those things. Yeah, no, you've hit the nail on the head there.
I think AZ might be you know might pay his dues to Grandfather Nurgle.
Yeah. No,
Nurgle is the god of disease in the Warhammer 40,000 universe.
Yeah, and he's fine with that. I think it's fine. So no, these
I wouldn't say these things if I didn't think he would laugh and nod in a comical way.
Oh yeah, no, again, yeah, no, Laura, you know him. You know he'd laugh. You know he'd embrace it. Absolutely. And this happened. It's more than 2 years ago. I just realized the world had gone fucking strange, and we were all in this thing where it's like, what the fuck? None of us know what's happening. And so these streams stopped being about the number of people who were involved and just, I guess, the quality of the interaction that everyone got to have.
Yeah.
And so some people are on almost every stream or, you know, half the streams, and that's great. Some people just pop in occasionally because, again, over the last 2.5 years, I've had people who've popped in and go, holy fuck, okay, you're doing this shit. Oh, yeah, no, I watched you 10 years ago. And it was like the whole thing. It's like, yeah, dude, now we're just hanging out, maintaining our sanity, essentially.
It's amazing how I've joined. You know, I was one of those people that said that. You know, that I've been a watcher since before you took off the mask.
Absolutely.
And now, you know, I'm a part of the club, which is cool. You know, and
yeah,
that's really cool for me.
Yeah, it's the whole thing. If someone wants to join the stream and come on, but again, if someone just wants to be in the chat, that's fine. This whole thing is about supporting each other. And because the last 2.5 years, we have been dealing with some fucking out there shit, stuff that 3 years ago we would not have conceived of. But everything like changed overnight. Yeah. And we struggled to find ways to adapt to it. And if these fucking streams helped anyone, then I'm happy. Oh, Rabid Game Fan. Hey. Yeah, dude, we're vibing. We are absolutely vibing.
You know, I must admit, I do miss Wangafet Wednesday and TFU Friday. I do miss those because I enjoyed them so much.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you know, I'm not, you know, who am I to demand that you do this thing that I like? You know, so you make it, you decide whether to make it.
Yeah.
You know, as much as I like them, I don't, you know, I'm not in the position to demand things.
Yeah.
You know,
possibly
if you started doing them again, maybe that would be cool. I'd love that.
Yeah.
But, you know, again, you know, it's really effectively, I think maybe you switch from doing those to making cocktail videos instead.
Yeah. And that's been good for me. But again, we've been talking about it for a couple of weeks, if not a month or more now. I might transition into doing some more pre-recorded videos. I'm just not rushing into anything. And again, if I do it, it won't be to the extent of I'm going to be an internet star. I'm going to be an influencer. It would literally just be, I'm doing some shit that a certain subset of people like and enjoy, and I'm giving everyone an outlet and an opening. I feel like something's going to happen in the next couple of months. I'm not preempting it, but something's probably going to happen in the next couple of months with pre-recorded videos, and we'll see where that goes.
You know, I mean, I think about it because I've got a YouTube channel myself, and I hardly ever do anything, to be honest. I've not got like anything regular that I do. I just might have a thing that I've got to talk about. So let's say, for example, let's say UK politics. You just had, 2 Tory by-elections, and the local elections didn't go very well either for Boris. That's a sign, that maybe he needs to go before he just takes them with him. And he ends up having the same sort of Tory sleaze problem that John Major is. And that's how, we ended up with Tony Blair in 1997, with Labour getting in. I could probably talk for 20 minutes about that. But, can I be bothered to prepare everything and create a script or whatever, a sort of Wang Effect Wednesday, but political, talking about politics video in my case. It takes a lot of thought and processing and preparation before you can even turn on the camera, and if you don't do that preparation, then it's crap. Why the hell, would you bother watching it? Because you could watch someone else who's talked about the same thing and more effectively. So but there is what, and again, it's weird because a lot of people get on YouTube because they want to be an influencer. I don't really care about that. I have opinions on things, and I will give my opinion on things. And sometimes I can make stupid videos. But I've got a second YouTube channel for model railway stuff. And in a way, I think with that, I want to be an influencer more. And my influence is literally down to when I first started out, I started to sort of see other people's stuff and think, oh, that's really good. I wonder if I can do that, and learned how to do it. And there aren't many videos on YouTube showing how to do model railway stuff as I learned from magazines and things like that, and going to shows and talking to people demonstrating there. I have demonstrated at shows. Instead, I can demonstrate from home, and just make a video. But and the reason is, and it's kind of like a giving and receiving thing, it's a give and take thing. So my reason for doing it is because I'm sick to death of going to model railway shows and seeing Loco where someone got it out of the box and put it on the track and ran trains for a weekend. And it's like, so you see exactly the same model on 5 different layouts because they all went to the shop at the same time. And and just renumbering it and renaming it, you can give it your own little personality. You can put your own little personality into your layout and have something that's different to everybody else's. Even if you got a Loco that's in the same color scheme, at least it's a different Loco in that color scheme, not the same one. And then I've had people sort of say, oh, I don't like to do these things because it'll damage its saleable value. And it's like, well, what the fuck did you buy it for? Why buy? For me, I get models. at the moment I haven't got much of a layout anyway, so I'm going to make a new one. So at the moment, I'll buy something, I'll change the numbers or whatever on it, and then I'll stick it back in the box and stick it in storage. And so that 2 years from now, when I start building my layout after multiple years of saying I'm going to do it, when I actually get around to actually doing it, I'll have stock that's all ready to go on it, and it's all been personalized in advance. And I get an immense amount of, running trains isn't a lot of fun. Sorry, try again. Running model trains is fun, but I get much more fun out of doing the modeling, you know, the artistry behind it, so to speak,
Yeah.
than I do, you know, of running them.
Yeah.
So, you know, and I suppose I want to get, you know, I want to give other people that bug, you know, that, oh, I'd like to do that. Oh, here's a
Yeah.
model like this. Well, if I strip it and paint it in different color scheme, I can do this one and that one or whatever. You know, it's something that I enjoy.
Yep, and that's again sharing the joy is a huge thing. Sorry, and I just was saying, like Henry with the thing, like we could be friends, no homo, or dude, or major homo. I'm just throwing it out there.
Isn't that a rank?
I love it. It was a whole thing with guys going, I love you, dude, no homo. I was like, oh, you know, are we gonna hold hands and cuddle? And if that's homo, and what's the joke in a live stream from years ago when I was watching 300, the movie 300. It's like, honestly, if watching a bunch of semi-naked, oiled up guys flexing their muscles to each other is gay, do I want to be straight? No. it's just like if some weird constrained ideology or regressive idea of sexuality is going to stop me from enjoying that, then just fuck it. I'm not part of that.
There is a real entertaining element in you know, some of the like vicious you know, evangelical Christians saying how being gay is so awful and, you know, stuff like that. And then, you know, like 2 years later, it comes out they've been seeing Rent Boys.
Oh,
You know,
my God.
like
Again,
that.
it's I'm really cautious of saying that as a trope, like evangelical Christians are actually just repressed gays and whatnot. But the number of times it comes out that either preachers or politicians who've preached this conservative shit, again, literally, like there was that one guy who hired someone from a site called rentboy.com to go on a holiday with him. And it's just like, Jesus fucking Christ. Guys, honestly, I'm trying to be a bit more subtle and a bit more nuanced, but you are such a fucking stereotype. It's just Jesus.
Yeah, it is entertaining, isn't it?
Sorry, I also threw it. Henry, you saying I'd be the bottom to fucking what oh God, what's the Scottish guy's name in 300? Christ, I'm so fucking drunk. I'm
I
forgetting.
doubt his name is Christ, to be honest.
Yeah, no, okay. If he wanted me to bottom, it would probably be on, honestly. I've forgotten his name. And honestly, okay, it's midnight here. This is as far as I'm going. I did say at the start of the stream,
I've got to go a minimum of 3 minutes from now.
Yeah. So you're going out to do stuff in the daytime, I assume, Laura.
Yeah, it's nearly 3 o'clock now. And I'm meeting my friend at about 5:30, 5:15, something like that.
Like freaking midnight. I'm just gonna go to sleep.
At the at On Bar in the gay village.
You're only gay in the village?
No, we have a gay village in Manchester. Literally, if you look at it on Google Earth or whatever, and you zoom into Manchester, you got Piccadilly train station to the west of it. You got Gay Village. The Gay Village is literally you know what you can see. You know, names of districts, you know, in the area, but there was something about. Oh, that's right. Yeah, about the evangelical thing, and too many of them have been found with
Yeah.
rent boys or
Oh,
you know
yeah.
homosexual sex anyway in general.
Ridiculous.
And it so there was an experiment, a psychology experiment. I know.
Yeah.
And so what they did was they basically had like questionnaires for people, and what do you think about this sort of thing? And the people who were most homophobic, they got them in for a second round of stuff. And what they did was they basically had a little device on their penis,
Sorry.
which
Let's go. Yeah.
which would expand if it was aroused, if you know what I mean.
Sure.
And then what they did was they showed them gay porn.
Yeah.
And the ones that were the most racist, the most homophobic, seem to be more often aroused by the gay porn, and it's basically the lady doth protest too much territory.
Oh yeah. Sorry. I don't even know what Orgasmatron's asking. Do you like Tamia, Laura? I don't know what that is.
Tamia.
Tamia?
Is it Tamia? Tamia?
Do you like Tamia?
Yeah, Tamia. I've got a few Tamia kits.
Right.
I do some good stuff.
Yeah.
Their bow fighter is fantastic.
Yeah. I'm gonna throw out just because I'm literally gonna fucking crash now. It's midnight. Safa,
are you the bottom? Yes, I'm at the bottom of a bottle.
That is an excellent fun, Safa. I will fucking pay you that. That is hilarious. I fucking love that. With the whole top bottom thing, I'm just the bottom of a bottle right now. That's fair. And that is a fucking excellent bit of wordplay, Safa. I applaud you on that one. That's fucking hilarious. Anyway, I am literally I'm gonna go to bed now.
Timing it perfectly.
Yep. So yeah, Laura, you're gonna go off enjoy your day. I'm going to go to sleep. Tomorrow night is date night, so I won't be doing a stream. Planning to do one on Sunday night. We'll see what happens. There's a bunch of variables, but I'll probably be doing a stream on Sunday night. But whatever happens, anyone who's watching this later, anyone who's here on the stream now, I hope you are just fucking having a great life and looking after yourself. But I'm going to say bye for